Hello and welcome to episode 195 of Masters of the Forge. My name's Adam and I'm here with Jason. Hi, Jason.
Hey, Adam. Hi, everyone.
195.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
It's a trip, man. Like,
It's
I remember the first time listening to podcasts and thinking it'd be kind of cool to be on a podcast,
Well, of course, you're a middle-aged Caucasian. All you can think about is being on podcasts.
Yeah, but this was when I wasn't so middle-aged.
That's true. So, yeah, that's really true, isn't it?
Hey, man.
I don't want to think about that.
Every day above ground is a good day.
Yeah, I guess so. So, speaking of days above ground, sometimes we spend those days talking about hobby progress.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What have I been doing? I painted up those demigryph knights I was talking about last time. They painted a lot quicker than I was expecting them to. I guess most things do. Like when you look at something unpainted, it's like, ugh, what are we doing? Yeah. And then you're halfway through it, you're like, oh, yeah, this is fine. This is fine. So I got those painted up and they look so awesome. I love them so much. They did good. They're gonna look so good. I am really, really happy with those models. They were a tough model to kit bash, I'll tell you that much. We talked about that last time, but they were not easy to put together and cobble together from the demigryph, the Gryph Chargers and all the other models. So I am glad to have them in the rearview mirror.
Yeah.
I somewhat consider the army done. I think I have one war machine that I need to finish for my bingo card.
Yeah.
So I think really the only way this army is really going to be finished, at least for this year, is if I do a steam tank. And Tucker had a really good idea of building it out of like some Caradron parts and some. Well, I mean, it'll be a steam tank, but it'll have parts from other kits, and with ghosts coming out of the smokestacks and whatnot, like we're burning the ghosts' energy for the steam tank. So I think that might be that. Yeah, well, yeah, especially because my army is directly opposed to ghosts, because ghosts represent people who sinned against Nagash in the past.
Ooh.
So we like tormenting them.
Gotta have a hobby.
Well, yeah, everybody needs a hobby, right? I did start working on my display board. I'm doing the 30 by 22. I'm not doing the 24 by 24. I'm doing the new standard size, and it's really cool because it's like rectangular, which is actually I think it's a little bit better. So I cut foam I cut some foam sheets. I think it's the 1-inch foam, and adhered it with spray foam. I forgot that the spray foam, like the aerosol spray foam, you don't recap it. It like once you open it, that's it. You're going to use all of it or you're going to waste it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I know. Yeah.
So I used that and I kind of did some shaping with that and stuff. And I ended up with a giant mountain of spray foam on my workbench in the garage. So I'm like, I'll use that for something later, maybe a Tyranid terrain or something. I don't know.
Right.
The foam worked pretty good. I did some forming with the spray foam and the hot foam cutter. It's pretty straight, but I picked up some lightweight spackle. The guy at the country store suggested a lightweight spackle, and he was right. Like when you pick up this tub, it feels like there's nothing in it. It's kind of full of air pockets and stuff to make sure. Like I think when you have a very lightweight wall that's like not sheetrock, there's another material where you don't want like a heavy material plugging a hole. So anyways, I digress. It works really well with the foam board.
And you got that at the hobby store, or you get that at like
no, it was a
hardware store.
That was the country store. You get it at a hardware store.
Okay.
Yeah, lightweight spackle. Put it on with a spatula or a palette knife. And I used it all up, and I'm going to need another one. So if you're thinking of, because I want to get the sides of it and smooth it out with sandpaper, so it's just a nice smooth side. I do think I'm going to put a backing on it for, like, to frame it in the back. Okay. But the sides, I want them to be nice and flush and smooth. So I'm going to put on the sides and all that. That's all I've. Oh, well, I did cut out some of the Garden of Moor pieces. And so it's supposed to kind of resemble Oakwood Cemetery here in upstate in Troy, New York. And a bunch of it's built on kind of on the slope of the Hudson Valley.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's over by RPI, right?
Yeah, and RPI is built on the same slope, right? Like a lot of the more posh areas used to be up there, and now, so a bunch of the mausoleums are built into the side of the hill, into the side of the valley wall. So that's what I did here. Yeah. I used the walls of the Garden of Moor as a shoring up of the wall of the hills on the display board. And I'm going to build one little piece to put my metal Nagash on, and I'm going to actually build some more of the mausoleums for on top of the hills and to actually use on the display board, depending on how many models I'm going to actually put in there. I haven't really decided yet. I ordered some trees from the Games Workshop store, some actual GW trees. 2 or 3 of those are going to go on the board as well. Oh, there's plenty of room.
Yeah. Like the old plastic. Yeah, I know which trees you're talking about.
Well, they redid the trees. So instead of one base with 3 trees on it, now it's 3 trees, each with its own little like crescent-shaped base. Nice. Okay. And you put them together as one piece. But for me, I'll just be putting them on the display board. So that'll be really nice. Looking forward to that. When I ordered that, I also ordered the new Kill Team box, and I did that so that I knew I was going to get it, and GW didn't want to send it to us. So I bought that, and that gave me enough towards the store anniversary total where I was able to get the metal dice, the pins, and the travel mug, which is really what I wanted anyways. So that was awesome. I have a Warhammer travel mug. Yeah. Hopefully the Warhammer symbol doesn't wear off of the damn thing, but we'll see. Yeah. Yeah. What else? Oh, I did build some of the Leagues of Votann models that they sent us. Yeah. We'll talk more about those models later. I was really, really hoping to actually get like a unit painted before Saturday so I could send it in to them to feature it like they do some of the other ones, like they did my Diggas. Yeah. But the show notes for this episode ate up
everything. Yeah.
Literally, it was a lot. Well, okay, so, but that's all my hobby progress. I'm looking forward to diving in. I'm this weekend, Saturday is my birthday. We're going to do some family stuff, but in the evening I plan on selfishly spending time out in the garage working on my display board. So nice. That should be fun.
Nice.
What about you, sir?
All right.
What have you been working on?
So I wrote a profanity in the show notes, but I won't say it. Rubrics. Man, what is wrong with me? I went ahead and ordered another box of rubrics. I was talking with Jordan, our buddy that I think most of us know if you've been involved in any of the podcasts. Jordan's been on an episode or two with us. So anyway, a couple of weeks ago, I had posted in Discord that there was a gold helmeted Thousand Sun example in the Liber Hereticus, And so Jordan, was asking me about it because he wanted to make sure it wasn't like a figment of his imagination. And so I was thinking, I really should probably do gold rubrics because I've got a bright red, candy apple red, another kind of dark candy apple red, and a black, metallic black. And I probably need to go through and add a couple of more squads just so I can differentiate them all. And whatever. So anyways, I ordered the box. It was delivered last night. I haven't built it yet, but I want to do them in gold. That's going to be their primary color. We'll see what happens. I also picked up or not to pick up, but I ordered some made-to-order Tzeentch horrors, blue horrors from G-Dubs, and they shipped, and so they're supposed to be in, sometime while we record, so it'll be in tonight. And I'll go ahead and look at those, and I'll definitely paint a few of those up as iridescent horrors. Let's see what else.
Yeah, I need to decide how I might do some iridescent horrors for the darks. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean it's the new mechanic that they came up with. I mean, what a brilliant mechanic for splitting horrors, right?
Yeah, these guys are geniuses.
Yeah, I mean, seriously. You'd think they were talking to, people who actually played this stuff. Anyway,
it's kind of like the Leagues of Votann, which are almost exactly the kind of the concept that a podcast did a few years ago.
Man, I'm gonna read.
Good. Anyways, what were you saying?
I forgot to mention. I'm thinking about Jordan's now tempting me to paint a white version of the rubrics. So I could end up with, a gold version, a white version, and he mentioned the emerald version. And if I buy and build 3 more boxes of rubrics, someone's probably going to get hurt. It's probably going to be me, but we'll see. I went and picked up some Custodes jet bikes while I was in Oklahoma. I went to go visit my grandmother. For those who don't know, my grandmother is 101 years old. She's still in, pretty good shape. Her memory is kind of iffy, but if you tell her the same thing 5 times, she remembers it, So she still gets around. So, but I did go and pick up a box so I could build something while I was there. I did also built a box of the Necropolis Stalkers. Which is from, I know it's from AOS. I have no idea where in AOS it's from, but they look cool, and so I decided to build them. They are kind of finicky. If you need glasses to assemble stuff, you need to have your glasses. I didn't. It was not pleasant, but they're really cool models. All right. I stripped the Leviathan. I have this Leviathan that was painted in Death Guard colors. I really liked how I'd painted it. The thing is that you can't use it in Zone Mortalis, and my Death Guard are Zone Mortalis only. And I thought, well, maybe I should just go ahead and paint this up as a Thousand Sun Leviathan. That really looked nice. So stripped that with 91% isopropyl alcohol. That stripped quick. I dropped it in there.
Yeah, alcohol will go right through it, won't it?
I dropped it in, shook it, and the clear alcohol went brown immediately. I was like, oh boy. Okay. So that's it stripped out really quick. So I'm pretty happy with that. I didn't get a whole lot of hobby stuff just because of, it's beginning of the semester. I took a trip to Oklahoma to see my grandmother, and I'm just tired. I do need to order the new AdMech book for the Horus Heresy. I'm kind of waiting on it just because I'm hoping that they'll release the Thousand Suns upgrade kits soon, because I'm definitely buying those. But, they've said they're going to do it at some point, so who knows. But I will order the AdMech book soon. So, let's see. Let's get on to games played, where we can. I'll just go ahead and spoil it for you guys. My answer is Grumble. I I haven't gotten that laptop back, but I do have a second laptop. I've got all these laptops that I think I can run Tabletop Simulator on.
You think you can run?
Yeah. What about you? I know you played, some fun stuff.
Oh, I played my Orcs versus John's Grey Knights. We had a 1,000 point Psyker off. Match play Psyker off.
Yeah.
John's Psykers were superior to the Orc Psykers in most respects.
Okay.
We had a nice time in the garage. I think so. There were a few tournaments going on this month. One at Flipside, one at Zombie Planet, and one at Northern Wardens. The one this weekend, it was my birthday, so I'm like, maybe I should spend time with family instead.
Yeah.
Also, So I'm thinking I'll be doing the team event at Northern Wardens. I think it's next weekend. Well, anyways, that should be fun. It's like 1,000 points pairs. It's like a doubles, not a like one of those weird competitive team events. So that should be fun. I'm not sure who I would be paired with. I think we're going to work that out depending on how many people want to go and whatever.
Right.
We'll make a day of it up there. I also played another game of Titanicus with Tucker.
Ooh.
We played a really big game. I played all 3 of my Warlords and my Iconoclast, and he played most of what he had. It was super bloody, so many explosions. I tried running if you don't know, the Iconoclast has these, it's basically 2 close combat weapons and a bunch of other weapons. I don't think I shot a single gun on this Titan. Not once in this game did I shoot a gun. I ran it forward as fast as I could. And there's one point where I could have chosen to stand and shoot.
Yeah.
But I chose instead. I figured I could do way more damage if I run forward and die.
You chose violence.
And I did, and it was really the right call. I ran forward, and he shot it. My Iconoclast exploded, shooting rays of death energy out of its plasma reactor into the faceplate of one of his knights, or one of his titans, blew its head off. And as that was falling over, its ammunition exploded and did a bunch of damage to another knight as I was, again, shooting its chest with lasers, and it exploded. It was
Beautiful.
Truly glorious. It was truly glorious. And I think another knight was badly damaged, or another titan was badly damaged. I forget. I'm actually kind of forgetting right now about how the third titan fared. I don't think it fared very well. At any rate, suffice to say that that one turn of madness kind of sealed the deal for that game. But it's been a lot of fun with Titanicus. We'll definitely try to get a game in soon. But we have to get going on our Crusade.
Yeah.
So we'll think more about that later. I've got some, I feel like we're never not busy. I'm so tired.
Yeah.
I'm so tired. Beyond the Fringe, we went to the fair.
Yeah.
Quinn loves tractor pulls.
Yeah.
We thought he would like the Demolition Derby more. No, homie loves tractor pulls.
Okay.
Can't get enough of it. And so, it's just been just constant everything. When I'm done at the end of the day, I just don't like like this whole past week, I did like an hour or 2 of show notes, and then I'm like, well, I'm
done,
spent after bedtime. I guess I'm going to sit in bed and play a video game for an hour and pass out while the video game is running. I could just go to sleep.
Yeah.
That sounds like a lot of work. So this week I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to us just like playing a game and doing a battle report and maybe getting some hobby done. That's really what I'm what I'm looking forward to. But yeah, what about your Beyond Elfringe?
So I think I mentioned last time that I've gotten a treadmill. It didn't fall over on me and kill me, which was
a dreadmill.
A dreadmill, yeah, we'll do that. It's a dreadmill for Dreadtober. Yeah, man, I've been using it quite a bit. It's been nice to have some sort of way to document what I'm doing, because I would like to. Right. There's other things I'd like to try out, in the future. So I need to go through and make sure I can do them. Okay. So, yeah.
Nice. Good. I'm glad you're making good life choices. Some of us have to. Yeah. For Astropathic Communique today, the thing that caught my eye was the Mike Brooks War Boss novel special edition.
Oh, Brutal Cannon?
No, a new book.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember
by him, $150 for this special edition. Man, I really wanted it.
It comes with a lot of stuff, yeah?
It comes with like art. It's signed by him, slipcover, and it comes with a bag of teeth. It's like the best D6 ever. It's 6 teeth, each of them numbered, so you can reach into the bag and pull out a number.
So
it's the most accurate D6 in history.
I have the Armin special edition, and I love it. So I'm not saying that you should get it or not get it. Just
It was not selling out very quickly, I think, due to the price. And Wendy was saying, well, your birthday's coming up. And I said, I'm buying a Kill Team box set. We probably don't want to be spending another $150.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was not a cheap box. It's got the Zone Mortalis terrain.
It's got all sorts of cool stuff in there.
2 kill teams, the book. You can't. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
What do you like that's come down the pipe?
The AdMech book release.
Yeah,
that's I do have. I don't have a lot of Horse Heresy AdMech stuff, but I have some things. Like I've got I think it's a Thanatar that I got from Jordan. Okay. I have a couple of Castellix that I think I got from Jordan too, now that I think about it. Man, did I go through and raid him? I think I did raid him.
It's entirely possible. Hey, Jordan, if you're listening, what Jason really needs is some Zangor.
No, Jason doesn't need any more Zangor.
I have his address. Actually, no, wait, you don't have his address. Son of a gun.
Yeah,
wait, yes, you do. You do have his address. No, that's not your real address.
Haha.
He's like, don't say that.
Find me. Actually, I think he does have my address. But anyway, so I decided to go ahead and pick up that, or I need to go ahead and order that book, just because. I think I know at one point I had done a bunch of AdMech stuff that would work for both 40K and 30K. So. Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah. Well, this intro was short and sweet, and I kept it moving. You know why? Because this episode is
long,
ginormous. So, what we're looking at is thanks to Games Workshop for sending us the new Leagues of Votann book. I keep saying Votann. The Leagues of Votann
Voltron.
Voltron?
Yeah. Leagues of Voltron.
Box set. I did notice that some fart knocker in our preview getting community leaked the entire rules of the codex.
Dude. Oh,
Zero chill. I don't know. Here's what I don't understand. I don't understand. What does that get you?
Nothing. It gets you.
What does it get
nothing.
You? What does it get you? So, what are you going to risk them stopping the program entirely just so you could leak a book early? Like what? It's not like they can say what their name is, because if they did, they would be clear in violation of an NDA and they could get in really big trouble.
Yeah, there's no reason to do that. I mean,
Well, anyways, we have the book early, and they gave us like 2 weeks to go through this book and read through it. And
there's a lot. I mean, this is
it's pretty good.
This is a new codex.
Yeah, it's a new codex. I will say that we did try to pare. I did try to pare it down so that we're not going into detail, but I'm not going to lie. This is just a warning. This is a full codex review. Like
yeah.
It's so exciting to get a brand new codex, a brand new faction in this army. In the middle of 9th edition, right? Like,
yeah.
So
who would have thought it?
This is the kind of thing where I think it's a good thing to go through and actually look at everything, because there's nothing you can assume, right? It's not like, oh, new Space Marine, like if they did a codex supplement for some Space Marine chapter, we're not going to go unit by unit and look at each.
No.
That's idiotic. But this sort of thing, like, everything is new, so I want to go through and at least touch on everything within reason. So keep that in mind going forward. So let's take a quick break and come back, and we'll start talking about Leagues of Votann in the lore. Greetings, mofos.
Are you out of George Dickel number 8, staring at a broken chess machine?
Well, don't want to spend the rest of the year tied to that couch?
Well, why don't you head on over to the 1 Hour a Night Facebook page and see what exciting stuff is going on there. It's a place to post all your daily progress in the hobby grind, as well as receive and give positive feedback. Also, there are usually a few interesting challenges going on.
That's right. All you have to do is search for 1 Hour a Night on Facebook. That's numeral 1 Hour a Night, all one word. Blood serum tests will be administered prior to approval.
Se til helvete og kom dere vekk. Det ikke en bikkje, det en slags ting. Den imiterer en bikkje, men det ikke det. Kom dere vekk, idioter!
What he said. Welcome back. Thanks for sticking in there with us. So what we're going to talk about now is the lore of... God damn it, Jason. The problem is I can hear you. I can feel you laughing. I can feel it. I can feel it in your heart.
Yeah, it's. I'm not going to. Sorry, everyone. We've been. This is what, take 4, 3.
What? Nobody's going to listen to this. Welcome back. Take 5.
Take 5.
So we're back to talk about the lore of the Leagues of Votann. Now, Andy Clark had a quote in a recent article by Warhammer Community that I think is a pretty good thesis statement for the design philosophy for the lore part of the Leagues of Votann. He said, while there are certainly traditional Warhammer dwarf elements to the Leagues of Votann, they are very distinctly their own thing instead of just being dwarfs in space. People's mileage may vary. There will be hobbyists out there who really want to lean into that theme, and there's room in the background for them to do so. So they got to, like, it must have been really cool to work on a brand new faction. Well, I mean, a brand new old faction, but everything new needs to be anchored in the lore in some way. And I think it's really nice that they were able to do this. This is really cool.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's exciting, the whole, hey, we haven't done this before. Let's do something fun.
It is. It's very exciting, and I know that I've heard rumblings that Astra Militarum players are not happy that there's a new faction before their codex comes. But I don't know, guys. I feel like I think the squats have been waiting longer than you have for a new codex, so that's just my opinion on the matter. Okay.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah,
most
right?
Definitely.
Duh. All right. Do you want to take... All right, so we're going to start talking about like the Leagues of Votann in general terms. You want to take it away, Jason?
Yeah, let's do this. Hold on, everyone. I was actually on the GW site ordering the AdMech book because I said I was going to do it, and I didn't forget. I just didn't. Whatever.
Now, don't forget, as usual, for these giant lore sections, we do have a script, but this is all research-based, we're not like reading the codex or anything.
Yeah, and we'll definitely have
our own thoughts.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of color commentary. So anyway.
How dare you?
How dare I? Okay. Well, then I'll just call them Voltron for the entire episode. That's how I dare. All right, so the term Leagues of Votann. Man, I almost said Votann. Okay, Votann. Yeah, man. What? All right, so this refers to the various large organizations of abhumans that refer to themselves as the kin. Ooh, that's kind of cool. They have carved out their existence for thousands of years in the galactic core, settled during the dark age of technology by space-borne mining fleets from Terra. Some legends say that the Votann were sent ahead of the organic settlers of the core, establishing the colonies ahead of time, and the kin arrived later.
Like kind of they're kind of like saying that's something that has been something that's been suggested by scientists in the past, where we would just send robots to, or like we would send like atmosphere facilities and stuff like that ahead of time. That way we're sure that there's an established infrastructure before we land humans. Can you imagine if like we sent the infrastructure and the settlers at the same time and the infrastructure ship crashed and exploded and the people didn't have anywhere to live?
Yeah, that'd be bad.
That would be bad. So it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So the core has always been a dangerous place due mainly to the prevalence of gravitic abnormalities. Any species, sorry, I just heard Snorda say suspicious. Any species settling the region had to be tough and smart. The Codex describes the core as a dense region of extremes. There are powerful and unpredictable gravity wells scattered about the region, gobbling up worlds and even entire systems. In some science fiction movies, the density of asteroid belts is somewhat exaggerated.
Like
the core,
always, like almost every movie.
Oh, you mean like how every asteroid's bouncing off of every other asteroid? And,
right, when they're like miles apart usually.
Yeah, it takes out every TIE fighter that happens to be through. Wait, did I... Wait a minute. Sorry, we're not on Empire. Okay, sorry. But you're right. That is a big science
weird
fiction movie trope.
Yeah.
I think I was going... Sorry, sidebar. So we were watching The Forbidden Planet in one of my classes for sound design, and I remember they actually kind of talked about asteroid belts there too, and they were really dense. So yeah. All right. So anyways, these dense and dangerous fields are a common occurrence due to the rapidly changing environment. As such, kin society and values can be traced back to this time when any mistake can cause disaster, which is why kin view laziness and wastefulness to be capital sins. Ooh, that's scary.
Yeah. I don't like that.
Okay. Very much dwarves in space. The kin's possessiveness and endless search for resources is often judged as pure greed. Since they've been so self-sufficient and living under harsh conditions, it's no surprise that the kin lack a bit of altruism. The Codex tells us that there are fewer kin than human, but they do number in the many millions. They are more populous than either the Tau or the Eldari.
Yes. Yeah, keep that in mind. We've established kind of a population for the kin, and it is greater than either the Tau or the Eldari species. So. Yeah,
and the Tyranids have not eaten all of them.
Oh, certainly not. I mean, they've certainly had their issues with the Tyranids. We'll talk about that later. Yeah. So the Leagues of Votann mortals, called kin, are cloned, and their machine companions, their iron kin, are constructed. So the kin have resilient bodies and minds. They don't change their minds easily. Their concerns are family before kindred, and kindred before any other responsibility. And kindred's kind of like a extended family type situation. They don't actually have family, but we'll get into that too. Don't get in the way of any of that. You're going to be in trouble. The Iron Kin are equally valued members of kin society, though they are not considered sentient. Their bodies are constructed to perform a variety of tasks, but they are also designed to think outside the box or even take command if need be. Not like at a high level, like an Iron Kin won't ever become like a leader of a large force, but they can make decisions if needed.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, they're really cool.
The Ironkin, I just want to make sure these are the machine companions. They don't have AI at all?
They are. The Ironkin are AI. Not
so
like
they do have some.
Not like the Votann, again we'll talk about later, but the Ironkin are a machine intelligence with the ability to make decisions and problem solve on their own,
but not sentient. Okay.
But they are not sentient. That is correct. They aren't considered. At least they're not considered sentient by the majority of the kin. Though that's not stopping any of you guys out there from coming up with your own league that actually considers the Ironkin to be sentient, which would be an interesting concept for a homebrew kindred or league. I think that would be cool.
Cool. I'm already going through and screwing things over. Good.
They do have lesser robot pals called cogs, and there's a few other acronyms out there that they have for different kinds of these robot pals, and they're more like pets. So they're still not seen as just tools. They're kind of pets.
Okay.
So imagine how much affection some people have for their cats or their dogs. They have the same affection for these robot buddies.
Interesting. Do they already have... Oh, man. Sorry. Color commentary.
No, we should do color commentary. Yeah, no, that's fine. The rails are meant for jumping. These rails are meant for jumping, yeah.
That means that there will be minis, right?
Oh, yeah, there are minis. There are some minis for each of these in here. And like the cool thing is, like the Ironkin, it's not just lip service that they're like integral part of society.
Yeah.
They don't have like a special unit of Ironkin like the Mechanicus do. Like the Mechanicus have robot units that are robots.
Right.
And they have non-robot units that are not robots. In this book, like the science in this book, like the main troops choice is just a mixture of kin and Ironkin. They're just all in the unit together, working together. And they're not even special models in science. They're not even special models in the unit either. They are like part of the infantry.
This is, man, I have a bad feeling it's going to cost me money, isn't it?
It's pretty cool. I like it a lot. Yeah. And so yeah, the cogs, and there are cogs and all the other like lesser robot friends.
Right.
Science scattered among all the other like characters and stuff like that for different purposes, and we'll talk about those when we get into the unit descriptions. Okay. The Votann refer to the closest thing the kin have to gods. So they're these powerful thinking machines we talked about at the very beginning. They're also known as ancestor cores, and they govern and inform all facets of kin life. The ancestor cores aren't just fonts of knowledge, but the kin who attend to the Votann, they're also called Grimnir, actually ask the Votann for advice. And the Votann, they possess not only a variety of trivia and histories, but they also have STCs.
Ooh.
And the kin's genetic legacy, known as clone schemes. And also, so we'll talk more about this later, but they also have the memories of dead kin. So when you say STCs, you're talking about a society that like has no compunctions about updating STCs and improving them.
Oh man.
And when these people die, their ability to like their memories of updating the STC goes up into the Votann, and they update the template there. Like it's crazy.
Crazy. Man, that is going to give GW such freedom to really create some new lines.
Right, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's going to be cool. That's going to be very, very cool. I've got some idea. I mean, great. No, I'm not going to build. I'm not going to build this army. I don't want to do that. Okay. All right, we'll get that figured out. Okay, so while I'm sitting here talking to myself, making sure I don't
Are you flagellating yourself at the same time?
Well, we're not that kind of show. Anyway. All right. Although the Votann are described as great ancestor spirits in kin myth, today they are manifested within the powerful artificial intelligence machines at the center of kin society. It is likely that the ancestor cores were designed to assist the original settlers of the core worlds and provide them the necessary knowledge to build them a new society on these fertile worlds. The cores were designed to scan and ingest the memories and experiences of the kin and Ironkin so that this knowledge could be used by other clones in the future. The kin continue to use these cores to this day and have grown to revere them. The Votann are patrons who care for the kin, and they possess the collective knowledge of the kin's ancestors, making them almost holy to the kin. The greatest punishment in kin society is to be exiled, never to have their experiences uploaded to the ancestor cores.
Yeah, you're like gone forever. Like they can't imagine, like they can't fathom the concept of just being gone forever. I guess it could also be a bummer to get shot in the head. That would sure be a bummer. But I can
already see the Blood Raven potential.
Yoink.
Also, Thousand Sons. I could see them being real interested.
Yeah, they're not the only ones.
Yeah. All right. Although Votann are protected by legions of kin and powerful defenses, they are not immune to predation. Entire grudge wars spanning hundreds of years have been fought over the death of the Votann. Oh, wow. The Codex speaks of how the orcs of Wog Morbach looted old Auriac's ancestor core. Oh, that's going to be bad. Okay. Mm-hmm. And the Grand Orion Compact fought a 500-year war to slay Wog Morbach to an orc. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Another story tells of Hive Fleet Leviathan wiping out the defenders of a hold world, but then ignoring the Votann, which went mad from all the death and loss that occurred during the war. Okay.
Yeah, I guess somehow the Votann, even though the Hive Fleet killed everybody, I guess somehow through some interesting transubstantiation, that particular hold was capable of, the Votann actually absorbed the memories of everybody as they were dying.
Oh.
Yeah, and the Tyranids had no interest in the Votann. It's just this big machine, right? Like, it didn't really have any interesting metals. Like, who cares about gold is dime a dozen in space. So they just left it, and it just sat there alone for eons. By itself and angry, and people still say that sometimes people visit that world and it's not a nice place. It's a haunted place.
Wow.
Pretty cool, right?
That is cool. These guys had a great time writing this.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And it's like, who cares about reading the same lore in the 5th Blood Angels Codex in as many years, but this is all new. This is great. Yeah. This is something really to absorb and to digest. So outside attack isn't a Votann's only danger. As time wore on, the Votann were never retired from use, and the kin never stopped uploading their experiences of their dead into the ancestor cores. So in time, some of these data cores started to fill to bursting. In order to be preserved, data had to be compressed and archived over and over again. Some Votann are now almost totally seized up and are extremely slow to respond to requests. Huh. So imagine your computer, just more and more and more data, like recording more and more episodes of Masters of the Forge. Every episode you zip into as small a file as possible, pack it all away, and then all of a sudden your computer is your hard drive is totally full, no swap space. You're just running on pure memory, and every time you try to access a piece of information, you have to unpack it and scan it and unpack it again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's
so. The ancestor cores that have become this way can sometimes take years to reach a conclusion when they're posed a complex question. And they're good for a little more than just simply acting as a basic interface for retiring the kin to their final rest. They just exist to pack more in.
It's turned into Internet Explorer.
Yeah. Right? Right?
Wow, that was rough. Okay.
Yeah, that's like mean. So although the kin are a clone race, so they're all clones, but they're not exact clones of a previous person. What the clone schemes are is this huge genetic spectrum among the kin. And they're designed to produce an infinite variety. So you can take pieces. It's almost like they do the mating process in the computer, and then produce a unique individual from that pairing.
That sounds boring.
Yeah, right. So, but still, the kin do have almost all of them have a denser bone structure than humans, denser musculature, various sensory adaptations like low light vision, whatever, infravision, and their souls are really resilient. They have a really dim presence in the warp, and mutation is almost unheard of among the kin. Like they have to be really resilient to radiation. Like they probably have. In fact, I doubt their DNA works in a base pair. Yeah. I bet it's multiple, like maybe even multiple pairs like twined together just to keep them protected from chromosomal damage. Yeah. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. So that means kin actually have to be specifically designed to interact with the warp, either for good or bad. Like I think there is a upgrade that you can take later where your kin is designed as a null, and they're actually psychic nulls. But they have to be designed. They do have to be designed to be able to harness the warp. And even if they do, they need technological devices known as barrier tech in order to actually access the warp.
That makes sense. When I was looking at the psychic powers, I noticed that they were different. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And dwarfs are supposed to be non-magical in nature.
Yeah.
And even Caradron Overlord's dwarves, the only way they cast spells is if they have a magic item that it actually has a spell captured inside it.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Neat, huh? So it's a similar thing where they actually need assistance when accessing the warp, and I think that's a really neat touch because I think when people saw Squat Psyker, they might have thought, oh, that's like a retcon. Well, they did it in a really interesting way.
Yeah, that is interesting. That gives me some ideas if I end up getting involved in this. Mm-hmm. All right. Kin are designed for purposes in their society. Hardy and aggressive individuals with dense bone structure and powerful muscles are perfect for the kind of work done by the Chthonian mining guilds. Interesting. Kin designed with inquisitive wanderlust and keen senses are well suited for work with the Hernic pioneers.
Yep.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so like even though you are not required to go into a certain profession, some physical properties certainly make you better for one job or the other. Again, they're all more dense bone structure and muscle structure than humans, but then among the kin, there's even those who are even more physically powerful. And don't forget the old Russian, I think it was Russian experiment done with the silver foxes.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right, where they were selecting for certain coats, certain like colors, and certain like I think maybe they were minks. I don't remember, but as they selected for physical traits, it also brought out social traits and mental traits. So it's possible that by selecting for certain physical traits, they're also selecting for certain physical or emotional traits and proclivities as well.
Okay, so Kin are designed... Wait, hold on. I already gone through that. The clone skins provide such a vast variety of genetic possibility that one wonders if the clone skins don't actually contain all the knowledge necessary to produce any of the abhuman forms originally designed by Age of Technology science. The Chthonian berserks, for example, although still stocky, do bear some resemblance to Ogryn. That's interesting. There's there's no shortage of science fiction out there where they have maybe like the lowest part of the quote-unquote species still has all of the genetic material for higher life forms. I think that's in that Tyranids.
Right. And I think Ogryn, the story of Ogryn, I think we did the episode on it, and I don't want to misspeak, but I think maybe they were also on like this super high gravity world.
That where sounds right.
They were bred to be, super, super big and super, super tough so that they could survive there and mine it.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if this might be true. Okay. So that's kind of kin in general. Let's go into the social side of kin and how their society is put together. First off, we'll do some designations. There's some kind of, I think, more based on their clone scheme and how they the kind of things that they do in society. And these designations can be found in any of the guilds or any of the kindreds. So the kin really don't need much of an excuse to explore uncharted space.
Yeah, I like this.
But to the kin explorers, called the Hernkin, blank spots on a map are like annoying little itches in the backs of their heads. They got to catch them all, right?
I love that sentence. Man, I think you already know who I'm going to build. Thanks, dude. Okay,
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
They obsessively seek to collect this information for the use of their species and future endeavors. The Codex contrasts the Hernkin with detached subcultures of other species. They are not outcasts or exiles like some of the other ones, kind of like the Lone Wolves or the Eldar Path of the Outcast characters and units. Instead, they're seen as brave pioneers fulfilling an invaluable role in kin society. So certainly the experiences of a long-lived Hernkin must be incredibly valuable to the Grimnir, right? Like they're the ones who maintain the Votann, because they're like, yeah, let's get this almost dead person hooked up to the computer so we can get all their ancestral knowledge that they've learned over there, however long they've lived. They don't go it alone. Nor do they go unsupplied. They're not like in a little shuttle flying around in space. I mean, they might, but for the most part, they're accompanied by a brave pioneer shipmasters and other like-minded kin and even flotillas. They're also equipped with the kin's most advanced and sensitive scanning equipment, as well as the means to defend themselves against hostile threats beyond the core. Communication is maintained with the core through chains of powerful comms relays that they set up across the galaxy. Those guys are cool.
Yeah, this is coming across almost like we are talking about other IPs, other intellectual properties. So yeah, this reminds me more like the Star Trek, Enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
They're, boldly go where no one has gone before.
Yeah, I can see those ones being the most interesting for one of the very interesting ones to use for a crusade force, going out and finding stuff.
All right, so following the Henrik into space, or Hernkin, into the places they have charted are the Chthonian mining guilds. The Chthonians are somewhat ruthless in comparison to others. With a name like that, that doesn't surprise me.
Okay, let's pause here. So the Chthonian Doesn't refer to where they're from. It refers to what they do.
Okay.
So, Chthonian.
Is there like I've never Googled Chthonian.
Yeah, no, I got you. So, first of all, there's sorry. So yeah, it's a noun. That means of or having to do with the earth.
Oh, okay.
Right, so and there's even like a type of planet that is that is hypothesized to exist, and actually, I think they've recently found one that could be a Chthonian planet. It's a gas giant that orbits so close to its star that all of the gas gets blown away, and all that's left is this giant, dense core of like solid metals and whatnot.
Yeah,
and that's a Chthonian planet.
Oh, okay. So it's not just the Death Guard. Okay.
No.
All right. So there we go. That's cool.
Or no, it was I think was it the Luna Wolves?
It was one of those two.
One of those guys. One of those Horus Heresy things that I don't read.
Yeah.
So anyways,
I'm sure that we will definitely get a message about this on the Discord channel. That's cool.
Good.
That's cool. That'll give them a chance to. Yeah. All right. So Chthonians are somewhat ruthless in comparison to others. They do the dirty work of claiming and harvesting resources. While the Hernkin vessels are fast, stealthy, and loaded with powerful sensors, the vessels of the mining guilds are massive, rugged, and inexorable machines. That reminds me of the new Dune movie. Anyway,
there's a picture in the book of a spaceship of one of these Chthonian mining guild ships eating a planet.
As you do.
You do. Well, yeah. I mean, Unicron.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So the mining guild's claims are not limited to abandoned stockpiles or unmined ores, but resources being held by their existing owners. Fortunately for these individuals, war can be costly and wasteful, and the kin do not abide waste. However, if another galactic society will not trade with them, then the guilds will consider taking the resources by force if the calculus of war bends in their favor. The ability for the guilds to mine anything, from mountains to the stars themselves, were not lost to history. Wow. Okay. They continue these practices to this day, and they have been known to destabilize entire societies when doing so. It is understandable that conflict has sparked, especially in recent years. That's pretty cool. That's very much a, Earth first, we'll strip mine the other planets later way to do things.
Right. I mean, and you can't if you do eat a planet, it's probably very difficult to separate the important elements.
Yeah.
So mainly they mine things like normal, not normal, but they need manpower to mine ores and whatnot. And they're not going to waste their time doing it if they can get a mutually beneficial trade going on with somebody.
Yeah.
But they still consider everything that they haven't claimed yet to be theirs. So there's So the kin who are responsible for research and development of technology are known as the Brokir. They toil away in their forges, not only maintaining ancient technology, but developing new ones when needed. The kin do not let superstition get in the way, such as the Mechanicum does. Mm-hmm. That does not mean that the Brokir make light of their responsibility to produce safe and efficient equipment, though. Each advancement that might dare to improve upon ancient designs is exhaustively field tested until they get it right. The Brokir are just as wary of wasting time and effort on their stuff as any other kin. It's in this way that many of the technologies employed by the kin do still resemble those currently utilized by the Imperium, but they have diverged slightly in some cases and significantly in others. Some other classifications are the Hernkin, the Einhir, but we'll talk more about them when we talk about like kind of the units in the army and stuff.
Okay. So almost all kin belong to a kindred, which can be almost any size, dozens to millions. Interesting. The kin knit together by a kindred share a common culture and genetics. A kindred is usually named after a founding member, the location they were founded, or the historical event during which they were formed. A kindred social epicenter is a hold, which is similar to a Space Marine fortress monastery, and it can be literally any kind of structure you can think of: a planet, an asteroid, an accretion disk, space station, or close-knit fleet of vessels. Each hearth has 4 pillars. So that's interesting. We are going to the word hold. We're going to use that terminology.
Yeah, hold is the place where they live. That is their holding.
Okay.
And they give some really interesting descriptions of the types of holds in the book. Like you'd read the codex, like this is just kind of a brief summary of what's in the book and our thoughts on it, where there's some really interesting details that might spark your imagination in the book.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying not to buy this. Okay. So each hearth has 4 pillars. The hearth is the fire at the heart of the hold, a reactor that sustains everything. The forge is a huge complex of craftsmanship, which the Codex describes as being unique to every hold, the design of which is only limited by your imagination. Everything from vast subterranean industrial assembly complexes to highly advanced and futuristic replication facilities to Santa's sweatshop. I like that one, yeah.
Right? Yeah, I mean, they could be anything. Your imagination is the only limitation here, because think about it. The number of stars in the center of our galaxy is unimaginable. And this is where they've been living.
Yeah.
There's millions and millions and millions and millions of these guys. You're limited by your imagination.
Yeah, and I mean, basically they may have, for Santa's sweatshop, they may have actually gone and found a whole bunch of old Eldar that they're,
Yeah, put to work.
Yeah, put them to work, yeah.
The Crucible is where the cloning happens and is defended by the Orders of the Embir. These people don't show up in the book as units, I assume for a good reason. Mm-hmm. Probably keep them safe. Although it's possible maybe in the future an Embir character might show up to heal people. The Fane is the lore center where the Votann speaks its wisdom, which is protected by the Grimnir and their bodyguards. The Fane is essentially a massive bank of cogitators designed to interface with one or more ancestor cores. These are holy places to the kin, and sometimes the Fane itself develops a complex AI, which and when it gains sentience, it's a cause for great rejoicing, because that means it's essentially become a Votann in and of itself.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, so it's not Votann actually can start anew in this. There's not, there's only so many. If they start dying off, they're gone. It is possible for a Votann to emerge from one of these fanes.
Interesting. There's so much stuff in here
there's a lot. There's a lot of little seeds you can use to specialize or make your league unique.
Yeah.
Which clearly on purpose.
Oh yeah.
So there are several really fascinating examples of holds in other league territories described here. Like we said, they've gone out of their way to go way over the top on these to reflect the insane living conditions in the core and the mind-bendingly advanced technology that the kin use to tame them. Now, don't forget, you might be thinking, well, what's stopping them from taking over the Imperium? Trillions of human beings.
Yeah, numbers.
Trillions. Numbers. And aggressive.
Yeah.
Imagine what we just said about the Votann being, very averse to waste, while the Imperium will cheerfully waste 1 million soldiers on one world, right? So there's that.
Well, wait. They would go through and waste entire worlds, entire systems, to make sure that High Fleet Leviathan doesn't eat anybody. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
On the way as to the orcs. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes.
So the political center of the hold is a spherical chamber called the Spakerond. Whatever.
Yeah.
Something like that. We kind of wish Snorra was here for this one. Spakeronde, where the Hearthspake gathers. This is a political collective of guildmasters, senior officers, Grimnir, and others to debate kin policy, procedure, and take action. The sparring among the Hearthspake is often heated, but rather than due to selfish reasons, it's usually just because each member obstinately believes their course of action is correct.
They really are leaning into dwarves in space.
I mean, yeah, like Andy said, there are hints of it. Like a lot of it is, it's echoes of the past, but not it. It's not a copy, right?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it reminds me a little bit here of the way that Terry Pratchett does dwarves in the Discworld series.
Mm-hmm.
Not exactly the same, but there's some things that are fairly similar. So kindred are bound into leagues. Historically, the original leagues were formed from the original Terran mining fleets, each with a Votann at their head. Over time, leagues developed into social constructs comprising of many kindred, and each has its own rules, methodology, opinions, and iconography. Kindred and guilds might migrate from one league to another. Indeed, leagues are somewhat transient, forming and disbanding over time as their philosophy and methodology gains or loses favor among the kin. Leagues develop personalities based on the founding kindred, their Votann, and the individual kin of the leagues. More importantly, a league's makeup is often defined by the lands they have settled. Do not forget that kin are products of highly advanced genetic engineering, and the clone schemes produce the kind of kin which are necessary to survive and exploit the lands they have settled. This is not a process that died to the ages. Clone skin advancement is ongoing and well documented. What? This is so different than the Imperium.
Oh, yeah, way different.
Very, I mean...
Right.
Yeah.
So you can imagine Votann sets up a colony on a world that's almost as massive as Neptune, for example.
Mm.
And these Votann, they're very, they're stocky, dense. They're meant to live on worlds that are many times Earth's gravity, but it's covered in this gas.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, I guess we have to make these guys breathe this gas. We can do that. Well, what if we get relocated, or what if the gas is burned off and it becomes a different gas? Well, I guess we can redo this and mix this up so that you can breathe this other gas now. It's not something that happens overnight, but it certainly seems to be something that can happen over just a few generations, just by picking and choosing certain genetic needs. And again, don't forget, physical changes might breed social changes as well.
Yeah.
Because of the way genetics works.
So the first league, which I think I actually chose to talk about through the rest of the episode, is the Greater Thurian League. It's a huge league with over 200 kindred strong. The Codex description of the Greater Thurian League tells the story of the kin in microcosm, and as such set them up as definitive League of Votann League. So, honorable kindred of any kind are accepted into their ranks. Their color scheme is white and blue-gray with red markings.
Yeah, they're kind of the ultramarines of the leagues, but they're also, they're really prevalent, so they're all over the galaxy. You can find them anywhere. They work with people. They work with all kinds of people, so it's a great one to pick for that reason. And the scheme is pretty great too. It's a great scheme. The one I'm really interested in right now is the Trans-Hyperion Alliance. They're a league with wanderlust. They're constantly on the move to such an extreme degree that even their 3 Votann are located on starships.
That's really cool.
Yeah, the codex. Cool. Yeah. The codex talks about how like every ship has like a map to where the Votann are at all times, but the maps are totally unreadable by anybody who's not a Grimnir. So they do have some permanent holdings, but they're a little more than these scattered waypoints across the galaxy, kind of like those relays we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
These kin are devout. They're also really devoutly devoted to their ancestors. Okay. Almost like this superstitious, even more superstitious than others. Like they treat them more like gods than anybody else. They even have like weird. It's like other leagues don't have shrines and stuff to the Votann. It's not that big a deal to them. Okay. But this league does, and it's almost seen as kind of a waste by the other leagues, but they don't think it's a waste. So anyways, they'll drop any prospect or they'll drop a grudge in order to come to the aid of one of their Votann if it's under attack.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. The Trans-Hyperion Alliance's vessels tend to be light and fast and captained and manned by a large number of Hernkin pioneers. The other thing that makes these guys cool is their scheme. It's orange and gray with white striping and black markings. I've always wanted to do an orange army, so I think my Leagues of Votann contingent for the Rogue Trader are going to be these guys.
Yeah.
That'll be really cool.
I like that. I think that'd be a good idea.
The next one is the Cronus Hegemony. They are.
I'm so glad you picked that, so I don't have to pronounce it.
They're a really belligerent league. A lot of people are really interested in these guys because of the way they are. They're fairly new to the party. They started out as this nondescript kindred whose fane over time gained self-awareness, like we were talking about before. So with a newly founded sentience came a hunger for knowledge and physical upgrades that could not be sated. So imagine the kin, like, oh my gosh, we actually have a Votann. We didn't have a Votann before. We have a new one now. And it's like, feed me, Seymour, feed me. So they built it. They've just been building it, computer banks after computer banks after computer banks, and feeding it more energy and feeding it souls, and they're like more. Their sense of manifest destiny is really strong as a result of this. So the Codex says that some of these kin believe that some of the other kin think that when the chrono. So normally you don't waste, right, with the Leagues of Votann,
right?
But if you have a grudge. That's when people kind of tend to look away, like you spend a little bit more resources to fulfill a grudge. Well, some people say that the Cronus Hegemony declares a grudge just for an excuse to wage war with little regard for efficiency. Like they see it as a means to an end. Holding the grudge is a means to an end.
Yeah.
It's really funny.
With a name like that, with like the name Hegemony, that automatically makes me think militaristic and
right, yeah. Kindred who wish to join the Cronus Hegemony must swear oaths of mutual military support. But that seems to suit most comers just fine. Like anybody who would want to join the Cronus Hegemony would. That's why we're here. We're here to military support.
Fighting around the world with the Chronos Hegemony.
Yeah. They've seen significant growth in recent years, likely in part due to the new existential threats which have arrayed themselves against the kin. Makes sense to me. They're black and yellow with white markings, so they're like bees.
Oh, that'll be Skippy's favorite.
That's his favorite.
You should do like a unit in them. Yeah, you should do a unit in that scheme. Make Skip play it. Or convince him that he needs to do aversion therapy and go ahead and paint his entire army black with yellow. All right, so it's kind of interesting because I mentioned that the title of that one did have kind of a militaristic bent. The next one is the Emir Conglomerate. So, what do you think? So, these are a league of nerds.
They are.
They are the most technologically advanced of all the kindred who wish to join the Emir conglomerate may do so in one of two ways. The first is to prove their technological skill is up to the standards of the existing members, thus ensuring they are peers. Other leagues can join the conglomerate if their holdings are rich in raw materials needed to fuel their works. The Codex is eager to point out that the latter method of joining the league isn't looked down upon, so it's not, bad. The more technologically advanced kindred of the league fully understand that they wouldn't get anywhere in their experiments and industry without the raw materials to do so. Their scheme is red with black and gold markings. Hey, Texas Tech.
I didn't read this league because I was very focused on the league I picked to do later.
Yeah.
Dude, these guys, models in a unit with this custom have a save characteristic, which If a unit has a 2+ save, they automatically gain a 4+ invulnerable save.
Whoa!
If they have any other kind of save, they get a 5+ invulnerable save.
Okay.
That's one of their abilities. They also get 4 inches added to their ranged weapons.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyways,
that's interesting.
That's bonkers.
Yeah.
What's the next one, dude?
This is gonna be a fun one. The Urani Suture. It looks almost like suture, but it's not.
Yeah.
So the Urani Suture regulates, or the URSRs.
Regulators.
Their theme is survival at all costs. Oh, that's why. Their holdings in the southern rim of the core are beset upon by orcs, tyranids, necrons, little bunnies with extremely sharp teeth. They eschew creature comforts like oxygen and food in order to save the resources needed to keep the league up in fighting shape. Despite this obvious need for manpower, the URSR has a strenuous and often unsuccessful path to membership by other kindred, and those who take part are sworn to secrecy. What are these guys? Okay, whatever they are defending on their beset lands is anyone guess. Many kin believing the URSR should have backed out ages ago. Scheme is two-tone green with brown leathers and white markings.
Yeah, they have some kind of weird secrets and stuff, yeah.
That is so odd. It's almost like...
They're just defending this land for literally no reason. It's almost like the fact that they have to defend this land is a grudge in and of itself.
Wow. Okay.
I'm looking at... Their entire army gets +1 toughness.
Okay. Okay.
What?
Seriously?
Yeah, just the whole army +1 toughness.
Okay.
And the best part, they treat unit. Okay, so one of the things that we talk about later will be how their grudges work and their judgment tokens work.
Yeah.
So they automatically treat everybody as having at least one judgment token. So they're just pissed off at everybody.
Wow, man. It's the Russell Crowes of the Votann. Okay.
Wow. Yeah, they just stick around and they just stand there and be pissed. That's their job. Stand there and be pissed. And that's literally what they do.
That's wild and yet kind of entertaining.
Yeah, it's cute.
Yeah.
So there's
very
a
dark
lot of
angels.
Yeah. These guys are definitely kind of the dark angels / Alpha Legion type guys. They're secretive. So there's a lot of other legions out there. The Typhon Styx Protectorate focus on defensive warfare with steady and implacable advances. The Gulo Industrial Complex maintain vast trade routes and boast many burly Chthonian guild contracts. The League of the Tethys Expanse hold vast communications networks across the galaxy.
That's interesting.
The other kin use it for a fee.
That's interesting.
Yeah, they're kind of like I forgot the name of it, but in BattleTech there's a similar.
Is there?
Okay. Yeah, there's a similar thing where no one's allowed to attack their communications outposts. If they do, they're in deep doo-doo. Like to the point where if one of the if one of the houses were to attack the communications relays, the hyperpulse relays, like even their allies would turn against them and shoot them. Like,
wow,
you don't do that. You don't do that. Well, you're just screwing everybody over.
Yeah.
Because there's just the only way of communicating. Sigma Draconi Union are like the knights of old. They're obsessed with honorable combat and flashy livery. And some leagues are simply known for their allegiances with other species, such as the Sarantok Mercantile Guild, who regularly deal with the Tau. So they give all these these examples of small outfits that you can take and run with, either by doing them yourself or by taking aspects of them to develop your own.
Cool. All right, so now we're on to guilds.
Yeah, like the Votann have a lot of different social structures.
Yeah.
And that shouldn't be surprising. They're complex people with a lot of they like to categorize things. Yeah. Right? So they categorize themselves. They're like humans in that way, except even more so.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, you and I both have a lot of experience playing fantasy type games like Dungeons and Dragons and whatnot. Mm-hmm. And it's just kind of interesting how, they're not taking just ideas from one IP, but from multiples. And not even want to say IP. I mean, it's like there's some of this stuff is just built up lore over the years, that's been created by multiple authors and multiple IPs. And it's just kind of interesting how they're putting this all together and creating something that's really quite interesting. Yeah.
People have been asking for it. It must have been a challenge to do it. Because Dwarfs in Space always seemed kind of hokey. And,
but
I mean, they did. Let's talk about this in our summary.
Okay. So guilds are social constructs which are rooted throughout kin society, irrespective of kindred or league. While kindred are a familial bond, guilds form based on kin's purpose, aptitude, craft, or job. There is no monolithic guild, however. Some guilds do span multiple kindreds or leagues, but other smaller guilds do operate throughout kin society. In addition, some kin are freelancers and operate outside guild structure. Such individuals tend to cause a bit of friction, and some customers may be wary of upsetting the guilds.
Scabs.
By hiring freelancers. Guilds serve a similar purpose as corporations do in other society, managing much of the administrative burden in exchange for a large cut of the spoils of adventure. Also, since their influence can span different kindreds and leagues, a guild can help officiate diplomacy between these groups. So they're almost, what's what I'm looking for?
They're like a cross between a union and a corporation, which is really interesting. And when you read some of the names of the guilds, it definitely sounds like a loose corporation / union situation.
Well, they're also mediators. They are. Yeah, which that can be super important.
Yeah, if a guild has a contract with two different leagues, they can help smooth out, relationships between those leagues.
Yeah. The truths form the basic tenets of kin law, and although they seem similar, they are further extrapolated with the spectrum of interpretation, similar to the American Bill of Rights. These are really cool. I read a few of them.
Go ahead. I grabbed as many as I could out of the book.
I like the second one.
So the first one is the ancestors are watching. They use this a lot in the book. It can equally be a way to admonish poor workmanship. You're like, oh man, you douche. Really, ancestors are watching. But it can also be used a way to praise someone. So they say, hi, good job. The ancestors are watching. And sometimes it's even a battle cry. The ancestors are watching. Don't die.
Yeah.
A prize for an orc is a way of describing really crummy shipment or an ill-fated venture. You're like, yeah, good job. That's a prize for an orc. All right.
Well, I'd selected that one earlier so you wouldn't have to say it, but you decided you wanted it, so there you go.
Yeah, I did want it. The void is in our veins is usually used as a conceit. So Well, the void is in our veins, right, guys? That's right. Luck has, need keeps, toil earns. So one interpretation of this is often held by the Chthonian mining guilds, and it means that whoever fights for a resource the hardest deserves to keep it, even if that resource was originally held by someone else. Another one is the hearth burns. This can mean that someone is really pissed off, or it could mean they're really hyper-focused on a project.
Yeah.
Like that person is the hearth burns over there. Like, yeah. One simple one is called It's Kin, and that refers to something made by the kin, implying that it's better. Like, well, yeah, of course that Walkman is awesome. It's kin. You know?
Yeah.
As true as wrought implies an incontrovertible truth, like dog crap in the lawnmower. You know, it's going to happen. Where no matter how much time you spend picking up dog poop, there's going to be at least one in the lawnmower.
That's right.
The last one we found is waste feeds the void, which can be used with varying levels of metaphor. So, like, in all cases, it derides the target of the whoever's saying this for their wastefulness, whether it's material, time, or effort. So it's like you're just casting. You might as well dump everything into the void because you're wasting it, you know?
Yeah.
Might as well dump you into the void, be less wasteful. One of those situations.
Yeah. Zed just decided to make an appearance. So,
hi, Zed.
So, if you don't remember...
Zed, you're literally nothing to me.
Zed is our new kitty. All right. So, I'm going to harass him while we do this part of the episode. So, history.
Yeah, we're on to the history.
All right. So, Votann is a mythological great ancestor that sent them into the void, or a collective of ancestors.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are many stories and myths regarding kin history and the actual nature of Votann. The kin accept their myths as myths and don't put literal stock in them. However, some things are still sacrosanct, and these are the first truths. So, the kin are a clone to people sent to the core on generational ships, probably from Terra. The ancestors of the kin were miners, prospectors, and void dredgers. So, the kin prospered in the core thanks to their physiology and technology, which were all literally designed to settle this region of space. The kin settled this region in a relatively short span of time and never returned. It's generally accepted that they were designed specifically for the harsh environment of the galactic core. When other races or chaos came to the core, they were already on their back foot trying to battle the elements. So when they also threatened the well-being of the kin, they had more than met their match. Yeah, you want this? Right. Come get it. Come take it from us.
That was my point for reiterating that first section, because it's like, yeah, when you're already fighting the elements and something that is designed to live in those elements comes at you, you turn away. Yeah. Don't try to fight it.
Yeah, man. It's like fuzzy bunnies. You just don't fight them. So the original settlers were incredibly well equipped. They sliced apart entire worlds and even stars, which we had mentioned earlier.
Mm-hmm.
The book cites the Chthonian mining guilds as being bravest and hardiest of the kin and super modified within and without, both genetically and technologically. Quote, by the bloody lights of red giants, their space-borne particle excavators disassembled newborn stars from the inside out. Oh, wow. Then employed their fusion harvest to refine elements undreamt of to fuel burgeoning industry. That's pretty cool.
Right?
That's pretty cool.
They tore apart stars, stole the energy, and used it to mine and build an entire society.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Then the kin started developing trade routes between the stars. Across the core's outer circumnuclear disk, which is a real thing, which is a place of dense matter and incredible turbulence. Like if you can imagine a supermassive black hole in the center of our galaxy,
right,
and there is a region where the water is circling the drain. If you take my meaning,
yeah,
it is nasty. And then there's this dead zone at the heart of the galaxy. So over the time, these trade routes started extending outside the core. It was even a part of some kindred culture to live a complete life and see parts of the galaxy beyond their own holdings. Kind of like Rumspringa.
Yeah.
Fleets of kin who set out to explore beyond the core were called prospects. The kin take few risks in space travel. Their primary vessels are truly enormous.
Yeah.
Like, really, 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 really big. While the smaller ships, like the Bastion and Stronghold class mining vessels, which, by the way, are the cruisers, the heavy cruisers from Battlefleet Gothic, those are the smaller ships. All of these ships are fast and nimble in real space, but the kin are very particular about warp travel. Their shipmasters, called Void Masters, are aided by the Iron Kin that are specially designed for that sort of thing. They're called Wayfinders.
Yeah.
Basically, astromech droids who help calculate safe passages through the warp in short and predictable hops. Stopping within the Immaterium only when that particularly juicy salvage prospect presents itself. Like, all right, we've dropped into the warp. Hey guys, there's a Space Hulk over there.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. We're going to be late because that looks delicious.
Well, that's already writing itself. That's already like,
yeah,
that's a Crusade army right there. It's already writing itself. Okay.
So. I believe one of our awesome members of the Discord, guys, check out that Discord if you want to chat with us about any of this junk.
Yeah. Or bad movies.
Or bad movies. Yeah. I think we have someone who's going to be putting together something like that.
Yeah.
Based on that concept.
This is pretty cool. So in recent years, the Great Rift has riven the core, swallowing entire empires of kin. Wow.
Yeah, okay. And you know what? Remember when we did the Space Squats, the Squats episode where I came up with a codex and lore for that? I was wondering, from the maps, it looked like the entire core was eaten up by the Cicatrix Maledictum.
Yeah.
But they kind of have a zoomed in look at it, and that's not true. It's like half eaten up.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, a lot of them were lost, but there's still quite a bit left.
Okay, so this is the kin. I'll be honest, they would find a way to survive the Great Rift. All right. So in recent years, the Great swallowing entire empires of kin. For example, the Codex tells the story of Warzone Orgvire, a region of great warp upheaval where the kin fought against the World Eaters in order to extract whatever salvage they could. Ooh, they'll have a grudge against the World Eaters. That sounds cool. All right, so this has forced the survivors to strike out from the core in search of new prospects. The kin call this failing into far space. Okay. Even with the emergence of the Great Rift, however, the kin do have a culturally distinct belief in their own manifest destiny. They believe that any territory that the kin do not already have dominion over is theirs to exploit by right. Fortunately, the first step in achieving that goal is to set up a system of mutually beneficial trade with the existing owners before resorting to more aggressive means. Remember that efficiency is a cornerstone of kin beliefs. Yep. So I'm sitting there thinking about, far space into Farscape, and then
Farscape, yeah.
Yeah, and then, existing owners before resorting to more aggressive means, what is that? Aggressive
aggressive negotiations.
Yeah, there we go. Hostile negotiations. Yeah.
Yeah. So speaking of that leads us into talking about intergalactic relationships and warfare. So the kin also lived and fought among other species and brought their knowledge of their deeds back home and expanded the knowledge of the Votann. Like there's little pictures, like there's one picture of a containment unit holding a Necron rifle, stuff like that.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
Other species have encountered these small exploratory fleets of kin and have given them names. And they list these names here: squats, Demiurge, which are the Demiurge are from Battlefleet Gothic.
Yeah.
Squats are obviously Squats.
Right.
Heliosi Ancients, which is, I think, something the Tau called them.
Yeah.
The Nostari. They've seen mining asteroids in Gaia's Necklace in the Rift War book.
Oh, nice.
The Grome, the Craig, which were mentioned in a recent Codex Eldari. So yeah, they've been experienced, but since they're in the center and move out, like different parts of the galaxy have seen different, and since there's so many different kinds of ships,
they think that they're just different.
They keep upgrading. They think they're different species. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's it. See, that could create some more interesting stuff right there. I mean, oh man, they had a good time with this, didn't they?
Oh, they sure did.
Yeah.
The kin have also waged wars. When they do so, their leaders tend to use the kin's penchant for calculating risk versus reward when determining courses of action. So, if you're the one being sacrificed, that's not great. But if you're also if you're the one who's like, not worth sacrificing, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
So although the kin are stalwart, they are pragmatic. They will abandon valuable prizes and land in order to return and claim them another day.
Yeah.
The major difference in this train of thought is the notion of the grudge. All manner of kin collectives can hold grudges for centuries and have been known to swear oaths to execute the fulfillment of a grudge against a particular foe, whatever the cost.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So the kin have fought against Chaos, the Necrons, and the Tyranids. The kin are kind of confused by Chaos worshippers, and they consider them a bit of a waste of time.
Just go away, Jesus.
The Leagues of Votann have had to repel the Necrons when they come to reclaim a tomb world the Votann have exploited for vast resources. Now, that would be cool. They're chopping into a world, and it turns into a tomb world. And as they're like pulling this out, all of a sudden these Necrons start showing up.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
That's a cool image.
Yeah. They will also harvest resources from isolated Tyranid hive ships, though they do so with great care. That's probably a good idea. They call the Tyranids the Bane, and they treat them with great care. The Adeptus Mechanicus tends to lose explorator fleets in the core because the kin have no patience for their manifest destiny behavior towards technology.
Right? How dare you? Everything is ours. No, everything is ours. No, everything is ours, laddie. This belongs to us. No, it doesn't. How dare you?
Oh, I can just imagine the kit bashing you could do.
No, but for real, the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Dark Mechanicum are probably their number one hated foe.
Okay.
Because the Mechanicus believes all technology inherently belongs to the Emperor.
Yeah.
Belongs to, the machine god. So if they come up on a ship of squats, they're going to be like, yeah, that belongs to us.
Yeah.
Mine. Yeah. No. Like that's a number one threat is going to be the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Yeah.
No joke.
So other human factions, the kin have allied or fought against, depending on the former's orthodoxy. The kin have allied with the Eldari and the Tau, but have fought against the depraved Drukhari. Now, they do not get along well with the Admech, but their number one competitor is still the Orcs. Because
they hate the Orcs.
Yeah.
They hate them because they're so wasteful.
Orcs have no problem selling in the galactic core, and their culture of prosperity through destruction and chaos flies in the face of that of the kin. So they are as diametrically opposed as they can be, I guess.
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, and that's what makes them so dangerous is the fact that other species and even chaos, like Space Marines and stuff, have a tough time navigating in the core, man.
Yeah,
whether it's in warp space or real space, it's tough because natural phenomena, like in real space, have an effect on warp.
Yeah.
So, and vice versa. So, it's tough, but the orcs don't care.
Yeah.
They just don't care. So these kin hosts are commanded at the very high level by the Votannic Council, which is a mixed group of elders throughout a kindred's social strata. The Votannic Council doesn't make every major decision, and in fact doesn't even meet unless there's a matter of incredible import to discuss, because they know that if they got together, it would be like a 10-day discussion.
Yeah.
It is expected that the Khals, which lead each oath band, can make most of the decisions for their forces unilaterally and efficiently. That's why they're hired. Right. That's why they're put in that position. Oath bands don't have a rigid structure, but their makeup is more like representative of the task at hand and the individual who commands them. So, like, if you're a former Hearthkin warrior, you might like have more Hearthkin, or if your job is to hold a position against an incredible attack, you're going to be your oath band is going to be full of heavy weapons and guys who can dig in, Chthonian berserks and stuff. So while one might expect such a loose structure to be inherently chaotic and rudderless, remember that each kindred shares a genetic bond.
Mm-hmm.
So their thoughts, beliefs, and impulses are often aligned with one another. So like they can actually do things without thinking about or without talking about them. They just know what to do. Kind of like ants. I mean, okay.
Like a hive mind almost.
Almost a hive mind.
Yeah.
So this allows for an unspoken bond even at organizational, strategic, and tactical level.
What's interesting is that I teach music, and one thing that we do is with percussionists, drummers, we teach them how to work together to develop like a hive mind, so that they know how to take apart things and set up stuff, without having to really be told. It's something they start teaching them in 6th grade. So anyway, that's
there's a thing called co-coding.
Yeah.
Like where two people code on the same thing together.
Yeah.
And like people who work together for a long time, they can just get to know each other's rhythms and they can be very efficient. So I think I see where you're, and you see it all the time in old videos of assembly lines, just two people working at a station.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like they know exactly what they need to do and they get it done very efficiently.
Yeah.
So. All right, so that is the lore. Now I did sprinkle in some of the lore for the units with the units when we go to talk about those. But that's it for the lore for now. I think it's really cool. I think that must have been difficult because dwarfs in space might not have been as palatable as elves in space, because there's an inherent joke to dwarfs in space, but that's almost an ableist mentality in my opinion.
Okay.
I don't know how you feel about that. And I think they did a good job. I think this feels unhokey, if I can give it a term.
They wanted to make sure they did it right.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're looking for, is they want to do it right. And so far, this seems like it's right. I mean, it's not.
It feels right to me, too. Yeah. I assume that this book, this codex, like the lore, like the 30, 40 pages of lore. Well, and also there's like lore interspersed with, like, each of the italic sections has to harken back to the lore.
Yeah.
So I guarantee you there's 1,000 pages of just stuff, of thoughts and notes and stuff.
Yeah.
And this is just a consolidation of it.
Yeah.
Especially if, like, Andy Clark and possibly even what's his name?
Gav?
No, old Codex writer who did Eldar and Orcs and Sixes Be Upon Him.
Got it. Oh, okay. So basically bringing everybody back from...
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure there's a lot of people that they consulted and brought in to do this.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So let's take a quick break and come back, and we'll start talking about the army rules. So I want to talk about these army rules and some of the units, and then we'll get into... And then after that, we'll have a third segment on the Crusade section.
Yep.
So we'll be right back.
Come here, boy. Get the ball. Come on, Max. Get the ball. Mom, Max won't get the ball. He's lazy.
I think I know why your Zote is being lazy, Jenny.
Why, Mom?
Because you forgot to feed him his Zotabix today.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Zotabix contains all the nutrients and random animal parts a growing Zote craves. It not only provides our Zote with the energy it needs to play with you and protect our home, but it also keeps its chitinous shell fresh and shiny.
Oh boy, I'd better feed Max his Zotabix.
Yes, you had.
Zotabix is made in part from grade A Astra Militarum post-engagement byproduct and is infused with 112 essential vitamins and minerals harvested from your Zote's natural habitat, the finest desert devils. Zotabix is available in any shopping center on worlds where Zotes are allowed or where the Imperium's inexorable influence has not yet reached.
Welcome back. So let's get into some of the just generic rules. I think this will be a lot of just kind of like sometimes we do, where one of us with the book does a presentation and the other one comments. Except for our picks, which we do have picks throughout this. So in Votann detachments, obviously detachments that only have Votann, there's a rule that you can only have one call per detachment, and the call is kind of the military leader, kind of like a chapter master.
Like a warlord, or?
No, only one per detachment.
Okay. Oh, per detachment.
You can't just have two calls in a detachment. There's a way to break that rule. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Of course there is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then you have League Customs. So these are kind of like your chapter tactics. All of your units gain this as long as your Leagues of Votann units are all from the same league. So it basically is saying you can't have two different leagues in your army.
That makes sense.
Now, here's where they've made some very difficult naming choices. So you can pick from a list of existing leagues, or you can pick a custom from like the list of bespoke customs. Okay. Now, you might ask, Adam, why didn't you just say the established leagues instead of existing leagues? Well, because
it changes.
The list of league customs that are for the bespoke leagues are called established league customs, even though it's for the rando leagues. So there's some naming stuff going on here that's really weird. But just like most of the other codexes, you have established leagues, which are not okay. You have like leagues that have been named leagues. Yeah. And then you have custom leagues.
So it's like,
but the custom, they all have customs. So damn it.
Oh yeah. Okay.
You can't say custom leagues because these are customs. It's all very confusing already. And we're not even a minute into this section.
No, we aren't. Okay. Well, this is going to be a fun one, ladies and gentlemen. Well, guys, well, whatever.
So you can either have existing custom or custom customs. Let's do that. Okay. So the one I'm picking to talk about is the Trans-Hyperion Alliance, which I think I'm going to be using in my Crusade force. Yeah. When we play that, because these are the ones that explore out in a lot. I don't like how cool. super Jesus-y they are, but that's fine. So their custom is Ruthless Efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, that's yours.
Yeah.
The Trans-Hyperion Alliance's custom is called Honor the Ancestors. Honor the Ancestors, sorry.
Yeah, I love that.
Ever on the move and often strung out and under strength, the kin of the Trans-Hyperion Alliance are no strangers to fighting against all the odds. They relish against the odds. They relish such hardships, however, and strive all the more fiercely to apply their hard-won experience to every conflict, the better to honor the Votann.
I heard that in the Casey Kasem voice. When you hit against the odds, yeah.
Well, yeah, against the odds. This little kitten walked 1,000 miles to find his way home. It totally wasn't a totally different kitten that just looked the same. It was the same kitten. So they have +1 to hit if their unit is below starting strength.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. They have unmodified wound rolls of 6. Get their AP improved by 1.
Okay.
Which is really cool. Which is fine if so we'll talk about the system for the judgment tokens later, because sometimes you actually don't roll to wound, so it's not as good as some of the other ones. But every league has a ancestral judgment, which I probably should have talked about the judgment rules first, but it's fine. An ancestral judgment rule which affects judgment rolls. Okay.
Yeah.
So whenever a unit, whenever you roll to wound versus a unit that has a judgment token, you get to reroll wounds of a 1. So they really go after units that they have judgment against.
Yeah. Okay.
Especially if they're hurt. If they've been hurt and they are judging you, well, you're going to get messed up.
All right. I chose the Greater Therian League.
Mm-hmm.
And their league custom is Ruthless Efficiency. So the kin of the Greater Therian League are skilled warriors and ruthless expansionists, instinctively working together to defeat their foes and efficiently achieve their aims. As with everything, they approach war with a grim, methodical pragmatism that is an inspiration to other leagues. It's an inspiration to other leagues? Okay, cool. Model of this custom, excluding cog models, count as 2 models when determining control of an objective marker, or 5 models if they have a wounds characteristic of 10 or more. Okay, how many models have a wound characteristic of 10 or more? That
like the vehicles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, yeah, okay. I won't ask more questions. I've got more questions, but we got to keep going. Each time a unit with this custom is selected to shoot or fight, you can reroll 1 hit roll or 1 wound roll when making that unit's attack.
Right.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And then we picked up building a custom.
Right. Well, you're also the don't forget the ancestral judgment.
Oh, sorry, the ancestral judgment. So each time a model, excluding a cog model, with this custom makes an attack against a target that has 1 or more judgment tokens, that enemy unit is considered to have 1 more judgment token than it actually has. Really? Okay. Yeah, to a maximum of 3 when determining what bonuses apply to the attacking model's attacks.
That's pretty neat.
That is pretty neat. Yeah, these guys are kind of bloodthirsty.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
So yes, we also put together a custom using the established league customs, and by established I mean less established leagues. Just saying.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So you get to pick 3 of these.
Mm-hmm.
Every league has 3 of these from the list. 1 and only 1 can be an ancestral judgment. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I went with, if I were doing kind of a more wayfaring version of the Thurian League, and perhaps it better what I picked here would better represent which league was it? The Gulo Industrial Complex. They have lots of trade routes.
Yeah.
Or no, I know the they would be more like the Tethys Expanse, they have like the vast communication network, so they have to fly around and like keep those up to date and repaired and whatever. So anyways, the ones I picked was refined power cores, which gives you +2 movement for accelerated units.
Yeah.
Accelerated units are the 2 vehicles, the bike, and one of the characters. So they get +2 inches of movement. This would be good if your army is like in transports, which you definitely can do in this army.
Bless you.
Ugh.
Science. She blinded me with it.
Void hardened. Wound. So like they're used to being in the void a lot. Wound rolls of 1 or 2 always fail, which is pretty good actually, because most of these Votann are actually Leagues of Votann are actually toughness 4, the infantry. So wound rolls of having 2s always fail is actually pretty good.
Yeah, that is pretty good.
It's not too bad. Not as good as 3, obviously, but it's pretty good. Ancestral Judgment is close quarters prioritization. Charge rolls against units with judgment tokens add +2 inches.
Okay.
So if we're mad at you, we charge you better.
Cool. So I wasn't sure how to really choose my custom, just because I'm still figuring this out. And so last night when I was trying to do this, I was really tired and I kept rereading the same thing over and over again. And so I thought, you know what, let's not do that. And so today, as I was putting together the notes, I thought, let's go with the customs that have the coolest titles.
I like it.
Yeah. So the first one I picked was Martial Clone Schemes. So some leagues emphasize clone schemes throughout their populace, which promote physical strength and aggression. This better ensures a ready supply of soldiers of the line. So each time a model with this custom makes a melee attack, if that model's unit made a charge move, was charged, or performed a heroic intervention this turn, add 1 to that attack's strength characteristic. I thought that was pretty cool.
So like first fight +1 strength. That's pretty good.
Yeah. And then the next one, I really like the title of this one. Let me find it. Superior Beam Capacitors. I don't know. I like that title quite a bit. Now I have to pronounce that league though.
Brokir.
Hey,
nerds.
bro.
The space dwarf nerds.
Space nerds. All right. So the Brokir of this league have refined the art of crafting superior energy capacitors and focal lenses to transform their continuous beam energy tools into deadly weapons capable of scything through enemy ranks. So, add 1 to the strength characteristic of all beam weapons. Equipped by models with this custom, including relics.
That's really cool.
So, each time a unit with this custom is selected for the Core Buster Fire Pattern stratagem, that stratagem costs 0 CP. Man, I should have chosen that as one of my.
We can have a look at it. The Core Buster.
Yeah, I want to hear this.
Fire pattern. It's 1 command point. Obviously, if you use a beam weapon, each time an enemy unit is hit by another attack made above. Each time an enemy unit that is hit by another attack made by a beam weapon fired by Votann, roll a d6. On a 4+, it suffers 1 mortal wound in addition to normal damage. You can only suffer a maximum of 6 mortal wounds per phase.
Okay. So if you're, building your army around this, it's not a bad.
Oh, okay. So if you shoot somebody with a beam weapon, then you do this, and then everybody else who shoots them with a beam weapon, you get that.
Oh, so it's almost like a target acquired.
You're crossing the streams.
Oh man, that seems fun. Okay. Let me see. And then the this one was actually funny. Where is it? So the next one I chose, which, I keep saying it's funny, and it is. It's the Ancestral Judgment, taking it personally. This league's warriors are famously ill-tempered and known to take the continued existence of their foes rather personally.
I love how none of these are in alphabetical order.
Yeah, right? Because we're having to bounce in between. So each time a unit with this custom is selected to shoot or fight, if all the models in that unit that make the attacks target the same enemy unit, after resolving those attacks, if that enemy unit suffered damage as a result of those attacks, but was not destroyed, roll 1d6 and add 1 to the result of the unit being attacked is now below half strength. On a 5-up, that enemy unit gains 1 judgment token. So, that was a lot of words.
They basically get pissed off that they didn't kill the unit.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, we didn't kill it? How dare you?
Yeah, what is wrong with you? So,
how dare you?
Yeah, that was really funny, to be honest. I liked the title a lot. I still like the title. So...
Known to take the continued existence of their foes rather personally.
Wouldn't that be a great league to create this, rowdy, hating everybody, whatever. Yeah.
Shoot them with lasers.
Yeah.
They're not dead, sir. What? How dare you? Shoot them with more lasers.
Right.
What did we do?
This is funny, man. Okay. So, all right.
Okay. So let's talk about Votann armies.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Also, the warriors and the pioneers get objective secured. So the Hearthkin warriors are the troops, but the pioneers are the bikes, and the bikes get objective secured as well.
Ooh.
Probably. I mean, it makes sense, right? They're the ones who scout ahead and they take positions. So I think that makes a lot of sense for this army, particularly.
That is interesting. Are the pioneers a fast attack or are they a troop?
They're a fast attack.
Okay.
They're still objective secured.
Okay.
Yeah. Little different from other armies.
No, it's kind of Death Skull. No, our Death Skull's bikes aren't objective secured, are they?
Death Skull's infantry are objective secured.
Okay. Oh wait, hold on. It's a speed mob. Sorry. It's a speed mob.
Speed mob does make them objective secure. The bikes, and in what else? Oh, the custodes. Literally, everything is objective secure.
Well, yeah, because it's the custodes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in Votann armies, your entire if your entire army is Votann, you get a special rule called Eye of the Ancestors. This is where the judgment tokens come into play.
Okay.
So every time an enemy unit destroys a Votann unit, they get 1 judgment token. So if an enemy destroys one of your units, they get a judgment token on them.
Yeah.
Every time they perform an action, they get a judgment token. So it's like they're stealing the stuff. So if they're over there sitting on an objective performing actions, that means they're stealing your stuff.
Yeah.
You can't have that. At the end of each enemy turn, you're allowed to pick an enemy unit to just gain a judgment token because their continued existence is upsetting you.
These guys are so angry.
They are. If an enemy unit... Oh, by the way, the box set comes with judgment tokens, which is nice.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, if an enemy unit is removed from play in order to return again later, it doesn't lose tokens. Just keep track.
Okay.
And if a unit splits, both of the split units have the same number of judgment tokens on them that they did before.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, they're the same guys, so why not?
Yeah, that's true.
And if you merge 2 or more units into 1 unit, that new unit has the same number as the unit that had the most.
Okay.
So if a unit has 3 and a unit has 1 and they merge, they would have 3.
Okay.
During your turn, you get bonuses based on how many judgment tokens a unit has. I have not found a mechanic for removing judgment tokens that doesn't correlate to just murdering them to death.
Yep.
So they stay on them throughout the whole game or until they die. So it's all about, there's only really one mechanic attached to this, and it's auto wound.
Yeah.
So 1 token, you auto wound on a 6. 2 tokens, you auto wound on a 5. 3 tokens, you auto wound on a 4. But note that you have to actually be able to hit.
Yeah.
So like if you're hitting on 5s for some reason and it has 3 tokens on it, you won't auto wound on the 4 because you would have missed in that case.
Got it. Okay.
Pretty cool. I mean, 3 tokens is a lot. So, but still, imagine not having to wound.
Yeah.
On some stuff, that's pretty crazy. Like if you have bolters,
yeah,
you don't, right? Like if you just have a bunch of bolters, a lot of the problems with that is actually getting the wounds through.
Yeah, because you're looking at with Space Marine bolters, it's about 25% of your original shots will go through.
Right.
But if 50% are going through.
Yeah. Oh, that Imperial Knight is really pissing us off. Like we're really pissed off at that Imperial Knight over there. Okay, shoot it with bolters because we have 3 grudge tokens on it. It's killed 3 of our units or 2 of our units, and we've put 1 on it. Everybody shoot it with your bolters. It's got to fail some of those 3-up saves.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. We don't have to roll to wound it.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. It's pretty cool. I like it.
That's actually a really nice mechanic. That's
It's fun. And speaking of, you guys can see it in action on Warhammer Plus right now. They have 3 Crusade games that they've played against 3 different enemies with the Leagues of Votann. Yeah, it's pretty sweet. I haven't watched the 3rd one yet. I'm probably going to watch it tonight after this madness.
Yeah.
So special rules that could be on. Okay, let's face it. Every unit. Literally every unit has these. Steady advance. So you're not affected by movement penalties. Not when you advance or charge. So they can just run right through woods or repulsor fields, all that stuff. No effect on their movement at all. Also, they get to run 3 inches instead of making a run roll.
Well, that's nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Every unit has this, even vehicles.
Okay.
If you have the accelerated keyword, the advance is 6 inches instead of 3 inches. So all of the vehicles have accelerated, the bikes have accelerated, and the one Einherjar champion has accelerated.
That makes things so much easier.
Yeah. It's pretty nice. They just move faster. You know exactly how fast you're going to go.
Yeah.
Everybody has void armor, even the Cthulhian berserks who have a 6-up armor save. So the void armor is cool. It's not any one armor. They all have void armor. They all have they all have the same kind of attachments.
Yeah.
That let them actually put on certain plates. Like, so some of these people with void armor have 2-up save. Some of them have a 4-up save. Some of them have a 5-up save. Some of them have a 6-up save. All the vehicles have void armor. All it means is that your armor has been specially designed to work in the void. That's all.
So this can be a little tougher.
Yeah. What it means is every unit in this army, enemy units can't reroll to wound them.
That's big.
Enemy units can't reroll damage rolls against them.
Yeah.
And the AP of all attacks is reduced by 1.
That makes these guys pretty tough.
All the units in this army are tiny little balls of tiny little balls of steel just rolling down the battlefield.
Yeah.
They're adorable. They're just these little adorable, indestructible balls of anger and hatred. It's just the best. Wolverines!
Yeah, essentially. Wow, that's yeah.
Yeah, they're really fun, dude. They're these, and you're getting it. They're just these tiny little tough dudes. It's pretty cute.
So much anger.
And can you imagine what was the red group? The
Mirror Conglomerate. Let's see.
Yes, I think you're right. The red ones, but imagine everybody with like 4 up or on top of this, they would have 4 up or 5 up invulns, or the Urani suitor regulates with the +1 toughness across the board.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. In addition to the void armor, unreal. So there's a few weapon types. The hunter, I don't know. I couldn't actually find what these acronyms stand for, which is for the best, because if you live in corporate America, sometimes you can't ever find out what the acronyms stand for anyways.
Yeah.
So a lot of the the kind of weapons that you would normally associate with assault weapons or rapid fire weapons have this hunter designation.
Hunt right.
There's no stratagem that affects these that I could find. So it really just means it's nothing. Any weapon that is marked as hunter doesn't have a special rule. They just didn't want to all of the weapons in this book are just good.
Yeah.
So I think they just didn't want to make them rapid fire or assault because it would make them too good.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just nothing. I shoot this much this far. That's it.
Their baseline.
No special. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, a lot of them have really good APs and good strength and stuff. But yeah, it does make it a little bit easier. It's just funny. Like, well, what does hunter mean? Oh, it means nothing.
The next one's interesting.
Yeah, Magna Rail.
Wow.
No invulnerable saves allowed, which is pretty good, pretty bonkers. And on a wound roll of a 6, the damage from that attack actually spills over into other models in the unit.
Yeah.
So
that could be brutal for armies
really
that rely on that armor save.
Yeah, I think that means the Magna Rail guns have to be rolled 1 attack at a time.
Yeah.
Which is fine considering I think all of these don't really have a lot of attacks anyways.
Yeah.
Which is good. But anyways, then the fun one is the beam weapon. It's exactly how it sounds.
Yeah. So
they actually describe it pretty well in the book. They actually give you a diagram. I love a good diagram, dude. So you target a unit with your beam weapon.
Uh-huh.
And any unit and if you hit, make one roll in each other unit that the line passes over. Yes, if a hit is scored. So for every hit that's scored, you also hit every unit that you can target between yourself and your original target.
Okay, so all right.
So you can't. So if there's like a character that's being protected by Lookout Sir,
no, he isn't.
No. They actually can't be targeted by the beam weapon.
Oh, but you can target something beyond them,
and they still won't get hit. It has to be a valid target.
Got it.
Same thing with ruins.
Mm-hmm.
Ruins have the obscuring rule. So if you the diagram that they give you is you have a Votann beam weapon that's targeting a Gorkanaut.
Yeah.
Between you and the Gorkanaut is a ruin. On that ruin are a bunch of boys.
Okay.
On the other side of the ruin are some Meganobs. Now you can target the Gorkanaut because it's a giant model that you can see beyond. Like it's not protected by the ruins. But the Meganobs, you can't technically see them, so they don't get hit. But
right.
The boys standing on the ruin, they do get hit by the beam weapon.
Oh, okay. So got it. Okay.
They have to be a valid target normally. Yeah. That's all. So beam weapons, super cool, super fun, and there's a few stratagems and stuff that affect beam weapons, which is cool. And there's some it's possible I picked one of the beam weapons from the Crusade relics. I'm not sure because there are some characters that have beam weapons, which is fun. I think character, but whatever.
Close
All
enough.
right. So, we picked some stratagems. Obviously, there are a ton.
Yep.
This is the one I fell asleep doing. I was like, which one? Well, here's the thing. I want to pick something that represents the Votann. If we're not going to read a bunch of them because that would be super annoying.
Yeah.
But I wanted to show like the Votann in my picks. Now, the first pick that we do is going to be the League pick.
Yeah.
So it'll be based on that League, not based on what we thought was the coolest. The Trans-Hyperion Alliance builds on their like ancestor worship, and they actually get for 1 CP if someone shoots me with mortal wounds, I can spend that and get a 5+ to ignore mortal wounds, which I think is a really neat thing because in other armies that's just an army rule, but you're kind of paying for balance that you might not use. So I think doing it as a stratagem is a good way to not have like an army-wide rule that you're not using. But if it's a stratagem, you just use it when you need it. So I think that's really cool. What's your pick, Jason? What were you or the Thurian League?
Yeah, Thurian League. Actually, this one made me laugh. The title is Appraising Glare. I'm just going with the angry dwarfs in space.
Yeah, all right. Fine. That's totally fine. That's a valid choice.
That's a very valid choice. Use the stratagem when a Greater Thurian League call model, which if you remember, you can only have 1 call per detachment. When they use their Grim Efficiency ability, the selected enemy unit gains 1 additional judgment token. That's really funny.
That is really cute. I love that. My general pick, again, I hemmed and hawed, and then I saw this one. Personal Grudge. That sounds delightful.
Yep.
On page 59 of my hymnal.
Yep.
I think they can just like give judgment tokens to just anybody.
Oh, that's funny.
Some amongst the kin harbor extremely personal and long-standing grudges against their most hated nemeses.
These guys are so mad.
Yeah. Select a character from my army and an enemy and 1 enemy unit until the end of the battle. Each time a model in that character unit makes an attack against the selected enemy unit, they're considered to have 3 judgment tokens.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's pretty great.
Okay, so that's looking at a wounding on a 4-up. Okay. 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I picked Ancestral Sentence. Like I said, I was going for names that like just... Well, there are a lot of cool names in here, but I decided to go with that one because it was the first one or second one. Anyways, use the stratagem in your shooting phase when a Votann unit from your army is selected to shoot or fight in the fight phase when a Votann unit from your army is selected to fight. Until the end of the phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack against a target that has 1 or more judgment tokens, you can re-roll the hit roll.
Ooh.
Yeah, that one is... I also thought about Cyberstem Infusion just because of the name, but
yeah, that sounds delightful.
Yeah.
But yeah, you went with let's piss off my models even more than they already are, and right. I appreciate that life choice. It's a good one.
It's so much anger. They're so angry. Okay.
One thing I love about this book is that there are a ton of relics.
That was really cool.
There should be a ton of relics because it's the space dwarfs.
And as a Blood Ravens, Thousand Suns player. I approve. I approve. Let me know what I'm stealing.
For the Trans-Hyperion Alliance, since they are Jesus-y, they went with a Grimnir model relic. So the Corv Duos, +1 wound for Corv models. So the Grimnir comes with a couple of robot pals, and they get +1 wound. And if there are any Corv models remaining in his unit, they can deny 1 additional psychic power per turn, and they get +1 on the deny roll.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, so that's pretty neat. They're like little like warp negate. Like I don't even think they're warp negating because the Grimnir model is standing right there trying to cast psychic powers. Yeah. So my guess is like they're like warp psychic power absorbing almost, like they're sucking in the power. I mean, I guess I could have just read the description and it would have told me exactly how it works. And I think that's probably what I should do right now.
Yeah,
let's see. Originally fashioned aboard the hold ship of Orvu's kindred during the years of the longest march, these Corv units contain shards of psychoactive crystal recovered from a scintillating anomaly. Like escorts around a capital ship, the Corv Duos employ their psycho-amplified resilience to shield their Grimnir from harm. At the same time, the empiric resonance generated by their presence magnifies the fortitude of the Grimnir's barrier tech, helping them ward off harmful enemy manifestations.
Nice.
Cool.
Nice.
All right, what does the League have to say?
I have Corvix Cuirass.
Oh.
Amongst the earliest records of the Greater Thurian League is an account of the famed Brokir Corvic the Hammer, fashioning this remarkable chestplate. Said to be crafted from one of only 3 small transsubtanium deposits ever discovered by the kin, and with the direct aid of the nascent League still
is that like unobtainium, just like better than unobtainium? Okay, go on.
Sure. It's plaid, man. It's plaid.
Yeah.
Nascent League's still lucid Votann. It is a truly remarkable piece of armor. It is said that Corvix Cuirass is as unyielding and resilient as the very spirit of the kin race. Greater Thurian League model only. So here we go. The bearer has a 4-up invul. That's the first thing. Listen closely. Each time an attack is allocated to the bearer, the armor penetration characteristic of that attack is reduced by 1 to minimum of 0. This is cumulative with a similar bonus from Void Armor ability.
Oh.
So you could actually drop down to -2 AP.
Wow, that's really cool.
That in yeah. So there's that one's pretty wild. Neat. Yeah.
I like that one. So my general pick was Warp Strike, which is spelled like a Utah parent would name their Warp Strike baby with a R-Y-K, T-R-Y-K, S-T-R. There are 5 consonants in a row.
Well, wait, hold on. Y is also a vowel.
Sometimes.
Not very often, but you know.
So every almost all the characters, especially the leader type characters, and some of the sergeants have a special crests on top of their head or on their back. And a lot of them, some of them are shields, and others are teleportation nodes. This works only for characters that have chosen the teleportation crest. And what it does is every time you make a move, advance or fall back or charge, you can move horizontally through models and terrain. So it like basically makes you a jump character during the charge phase or move phase.
That's kind of cool.
That's pretty sweet. I like that because you're kind of just teleporting through. Once per battle, when you use the site-to-site transport stratagem, if you select this unit It costs 0 CP. Site-to-site transport. I'm pretty sure that is a redeploy stratagem, if I recall correctly.
So they'd have to deploy within or outside 9 inches.
Outside of 9 inches, yeah.
Still, that's not bad. I mean, that's a good thing to have sometimes.
Yes, you use it at the start of the movement phase, and then you put them back at the end of the in the reinforcement step. So at the end of the movement phase.
Got it.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. Sometimes. Oh, character is 1 CP, non-character is 2 CP, but you can't put a relic on a non-character.
That's true.
As far as I know, pretty sure. Yeah. No. Also, the best part: enemy units that are set up as reinforcements cannot be set up within 12 inches of this model.
Oh.
Because it also jams enemy communications.
Oh.
Because it's such a powerful teleport field that it actually acts as a disruptor of other people's teleports.
And that moves out any sort of space marines who come in and deep strike.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Or it pushes them past rapid fire range. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. Okay, I chose Wayfarer's Grace. Like Adam said, there's a bunch of really cool relics.
There's so many cool relics. I can't wait for you guys to read them because it's fun. Just read some of the descriptions are pretty funny.
Yeah, this one I chose for a couple of reasons. So this one of Wayfarer's Grace, this one of a kind void suit was crafted for the famed Hernkin adventurer Simpka Farstride, as thanks for saving the whole world of Hivek's kindred. Incorporating ancient technological secrets interpreted from Votannic lore, Wayfarer's Grace acts as a life support system for its wearer, monitoring their vital statistics constantly. The suit provides medical support and can even restart its wearer's stopped heart in extremis. Cool. It's a medical...
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Love it.
So at the start of each of your command phases, the bearer regains 1 lost wound.
Yes.
Which is that is so cool. It's basically working on you as you're doing things. The first time the bearer is destroyed, you can choose to use this relic instead of using any rules that are triggered when that model is destroyed. If you do so, roll 1d6 into the phase. On a 3-up, set that model back up on the battlefield as close as possible to where they were destroyed, and not engagement range of any models, with D3 wounds remaining. That is cool. That is super cool. I like that.
I love it.
Yeah.
There's a bunch, and the pictures are cool too. Of all these little Corv units carrying relics.
Yeah,
it's adorable.
Yeah, the I think on that same page there's what looks like a gauntlet of some sort being carried along.
Yeah,
that is really awesome.
So let's do our warlord trait picks. So the Trans-Hyperion Alliance has Nomad Strategist.
Mm-hmm.
Redeploy 3 units at the start of the game, and they go into, or you can actually put them into ongoing reserve for 0 CP, and it goes above your limit of models in reserve too. So if you already have half your army in reserve, you can use this to put even more units in reserve. I think to the point where you could just have one guy left saying "What's up?"
Yeah.
One character hiding behind terrain, yo, the army's coming, don't worry about it. You don't get to shoot this turn. It's cool.
Oh, that's funny. The Great Arthurian League has Pragmatic Wisdom. This warlord squeezes the most out of every strategic ploy. Their command decisions optimizing the reward for every expenditure. So when this warlord's on the battlefield, each time you spend a command point to use a stratagem, you can roll 1d6, and on a something, the command point is refunded.
Cool.
So that's kind of nice. That's way to rebuild your command points.
Well, and if they're seen as really good leaders, and they've built a trust with many different kindred. That's a sensible warlord trait for them. The general one I actually picked because it sounded a lot like a Trans-Hyperion one also. And it also I like rules that do this. Ancestral bearing, the warlord carries themselves like the ancestors of eons past and commands much respect amongst the kin. Mm-hmm. Basically increasing all of their command phase abilities and all of their auras by 3 inches.
Okay.
That's really good.
Yeah. So I decided to choose but I thought would be the one of hate. This one's called a long list. The warlord traits.
I thought you were just making a comment about how many warlord traits there were. No, it's actually called. He's got a long
list. Yeah,
he or she has a long list of grudges that they have to check off. Understood.
So here is the flavor text. This warlord holds the majority of the galaxy's races in contempt and seeks out their many nemesis with a keen and inescapable eye. No sooner have they settled a grudge against one foe than they move to the next name on their list.
You're on the list.
Is this an Inquisitor?
Made my list. Yeah, list.
So we're continuing this theme with them just being angry. So each time this warlord makes a ranged attack, the target does not receive the benefits of light cover against that attack.
You can't hide from me, mother.
Yeah. Each time you select a target for this warlord's ranged weapons, you can ignore the Lookout Sir rule for any unit that has 1 or more judgment tokens.
You can't hide from me, mother.
At the end of each phase, if any enemy units with judgment tokens were destroyed during the phase by a League unit from your army, select one enemy unit that is visible to this warlord. That unit gains 1 judgment token. Now I'm mad at you.
I can imagine the one, like a unit of like mooks standing off to the side as this character plows into like a totally different unit. Like, oh, thank goodness he didn't charge us. Oh man, we got really lucky there. And once everybody's slaughtered to a man, the warlord just slowly turns his eyes towards the other. Like, run!
It's the John Wick of dwarves. No, they killed your dog. Oh, you're spoilers.
All right. So good. Okay. Psychic powers. I chose my favorite was Grudge Pyre, which I think I might have stolen. No. You chose a pretty good one too. Harnessing the kin's gestalt hatred for a begrudged foe, the Grimnir engulfs their victim in a pillar of flame that scours them from existence.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. So they pick a non-vehicle, non-monster, non-character because this would be ridiculous if you could pick one of those. You roll 3d6 and add any grudge tokens the unit might have.
Yeah.
If the result is greater than their leadership, the model one model is just eliminated in the unit.
It has a warp charge of 4.
Yeah, because I think they've realized that people don't like taking psychic powers that have an additional leadership roll.
Yeah.
Because they have to roll twice. They have to pass the psychic power, then they have to pass the leadership, and it's annoying. So that's why the warp charge is so low, because you have the leadership check after that. So this isn't so good against, units with 1 wound per model. But imagine doing this against Ophidian destroyers or Ogren or Bulgrin or a lot of Tyranid units that have like 4 or 5 wounds each.
Yeah.
Killing a model in that unit would be pretty great.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I chose Crushing Contempt. See, still going with the angry stuff. The glowering stare of the Grimnir bores into the enemy, its manifest disdain and anger intensifying by the moment until they feel its weight as a physical force. It causes them to stagger. Oh, oh man. Okay. breathe in. Okay. It causes them to stagger and strain simply to keep from collapsing altogether. So this one's a malediction. Yeah, I'm not going to even start the tantric comment. Crushing Contempt has a warp charge of value of 6. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 8 inches of the psyker and roll 3d6. If the result is greater than or equal to the leadership characteristic of that enemy unit, until the start of your next psychic phase, that unit cannot perform actions.
Because they're too busy, you know?
Yeah. If the unit is currently performing an action, it immediately fails.
Wow.
Yeah, that's kind of big.
That's huge.
If the result is greater than the leadership characteristic of that enemy unit, until the start of your next psychic phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, subtract 1 from that attack's hit roll.
Wow.
Yeah. So
they have that crush fantasy going.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Oh, look, we're skipping secondary objectives because we don't care. All right. So let's get into the units. All right. Again, this is going to be definitely a really quick overview that I'm just going to like burn through these, and we're going to talk about them.
Yeah.
I assume you don't mind
about
that. But I think, again, this is a new codex with all new stuff. So normally we skip the unit descriptions because nobody cares. Or we'll each pick one that we like or something.
Yeah.
But again, this is a whole new codex and nobody knows. Well, I guess people do know because it was leaked by some a-hole. But okay. Anyways, the call. The call is a leader of an oath band, which is a subset of a military subset of the kin host. Okay, so this is like a chapter. Okay, their equipment is they have the combi bolter or a Volkite disintegrator. Volcanite. I apologize.
Oh, no problem.
The Volcanite stuff is like mortal wounds on 6s.
Okay. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and these are all hunter weapons, so they just have a number of attacks. Like the combi bolter is just 4 shots at 24 inches, strength 4, AP -1, and all the bolt weapons are kind of like that.
Wow. Okay.
Vulcanite weapon doesn't have any AP because it does the mortal wounds, so it's basically Volkite.
Yeah.
And then he can pick, or she. Mine is a she. I gave her one of the heads. The bummer about this model, it actually doesn't come with a female head for the call.
Oh, okay.
Well, you know what? Yeah, because you use the Uthar the Destined model also as the call. So yeah, it's a bummer. But there are other female heads that you can just stick in there, so it's not a big deal.
Okay.
For the melee weapon, he can pick the plasma axe or the mass gauntlet. The mass gauntlet obviously has the -1, but is stronger. The axe is like a medium strength weapon, but it doesn't have the minus to hit or extra attacks. So again, remember I said you can pick the crest or the rampart crest or the teleport crest.
Okay.
So the rampart crest is a shield crest. Infantry or bikers within 6 inches get a 5+ invuln save against ranged attacks, which is a great aura to have. The teleport crest lets you use that stratagem we were talking about before, but also you can set it up to teleport. Either you can teleport them in reinforcements if you want to. They have a 6-inch reroll 1s to hit aura. They have a 4+ invulnerable save, and they have the Grim efficiency rule. So if you have a call in your army, they can pick 1 unit to get a judgment token.
Nice. Okay.
So you're essentially getting 4 judgment. You automatically get to pick 1 unit to have a judgment token.
Right.
But this lets you pick another unit to have a judgment token. And if you're playing in your army, remember what you said before, you get to pick a I think it was a warlord trait.
Yeah. It's the Go ahead.
Another judgment token. So you would be putting you would be judging people left and right. You could put 3 judgment tokens on one unit if you wanted to.
So, for the Thurian League, it was Appraising Glare, and use the stratagem. The model from your army uses Grim Efficiency ability, and the selected unit gets 1 additional judgment token.
Yeah.
So, bingo, cool. There's your first one's got 2 tokens.
Mm-hmm. And if you're wondering, these guys have 5 wounds and a 3+ save. Okay.
Okay, so it'd be 3 up, 4 up if they took that relic. That is, man, that's a good.
They're awesome. The characters do seem to be pretty punchy.
Yeah,
they're like, again, little iron balls of hatred. You can upgrade the call to a high call.
Yeah.
Individuals who lead entire kin hosts into battle are the high call. They're in charge. They're like, they're the big deal. They also serve on the Votannic Council. Yeah, so I misspoke earlier. The Oath Band is like a smaller, like a company level.
Okay.
The kin host is the like a chapter.
Got it. Okay.
They also serve on the Votannic Council, so they're political leaders as well. Not as insofar as there is politics, even though the council is made up of disparate members, the high call is the figurehead.
Yeah.
They're not just a brilliant and brave commander, but they're also geniuses in resource management. They're the ones who make sure that there's no waste on the battlefield. You pay 2 power level, and that gets you turn a high call into a high call, and you can have both in the same detachment.
Oh, that's
so you can have you can have the high call, but you can also have a subordinate call. When they kill a unit with judgment tokens, you can pass a judgment token onto somebody else.
Yeah.
You can pick 1 friendly unit within 6 inches per turn to get full rerolls to hit, kind of like a chapter master.
Ooh, okay. That aura.
And there is a warlord trait you can take for them. Lets you add 1 more judgment token onto a unit that doesn't have one yet. So your hypothetical guy could put 3 onto a unit and then toss 1 onto another.
Oof.
Lots of judgment tokens getting thrown around.
Yeah. It maxes out 3 judgment tokens, right?
It does. Okay. It does, yeah. So my favorite character, I think, is this Einhir champion, because is basically... Okay, these monsters wear exo armor,
mm-hmm.
which is which is like this... It's fitted with mass drivers, and they're basically a boulder rolling downhill towards the enemy. They are... So this is the character unit that has the accelerated keyword.
Yeah.
And if you're wondering what it accelerates you. They have the bolter, and the bolter is cool because it's like in this shield on their arm. The model is really cool.
Yeah.
And they have a mass hammer or dark star axe. I'm sorry, you pick that freaking mass hammer. Look at it. It's so cool. It does so much damage. It's like D3 plus 3 damage on this thing. It's a lot. They also have a choice between the teleportation crest or the wave field crest.
Mm-hmm.
The wave field crest is a little different from the rampart crest, okay?
Yeah.
The wave field crest does not... It's not a leader's crest. So the leader one provided a 5-up invuln save for nearby units in an aura.
Mm-hmm.
This one benefits just this character, because this character is just a B.A. Baracus going into battle on his own. Okay. Their wounds characteristic goes from 5 to 6, and they get a 4-up invulnerable save.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. So he has mass driver accelerators. When they charge, they can do like mortal wounds. They are also the exemplar of the Einhir.
Mm-hmm.
Which units within 6 inches can reroll wound rolls of 1. So they're more like get more mad.
Yeah.
Instead of getting better at hitting, they want you to get more mad and punch harder. And the ram shield, that's the arm shield thing that they put in front of them when they charge. Every time a melee attack is made against the model, they have -1 to wound. And their exo armor subtracts 1 from damage. So think about this guy, right? The void armor is -1 AP, right? And the exo armor is -1 damage, and the ram shield is -1 to wound. Man. And he's got a 2+ save, and he's got a 4-up invuln save.
Man, he's you know what this reminds me.
And he's toughness 5. What's that?
Okay, so I don't know if you ever read the Drizzt Jordan series from what was it, from the Forgotten Realms, Ari Salvatore. Mm-hmm. There's this one character named I think his name's Thibodor Puent, and he's just this dwarf that's all anger, and he creates this armor that has spikes all over it. And he runs up to people and he hugs them. That's part of his damage character, or his wound characteristic. And this just reminds me of that. All it needs to say is it has spikes all over. Right. You know?
Oh, yeah. And don't forget, enemy units can't reroll wound or damage rolls against him either.
Oh, man.
So it's just this little ball of hatred just coming at you, and there's nothing you can do about it. I love that. I mean, okay, he probably will kill stuff, but still, it's exactly what you want on a little dwarf wrecking ball to do.
Yeah.
Let him get up in there, live for a turn or two before he snuffs it. Unless, of course, he's wearing that armor you were talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then she might get back up and fight again, which would be just fantastic.
I mean, this is unreal.
The Einhir champion, probably my favorite. I just love the audacity of this character. And he's got a hammer.
All right.
There is no upgrade for the Einhir champion. It's just Einhir champion. There's nowhere to go from there except for back to, be a call instead.
Mm-hmm.
The Grimnir is the living ancestors is what they're called, and they commune with the Votann.
Yeah.
They're equipped with barrier tech that allows them to harness the warp. So this guy gets a ward stave and 2 robot pals called the Corv.
Okay.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. He has a bolter. He casts psychic powers. No need to really get into that. He's got all the cool stuff. And he actually does still get he gets the Ancestral Ward Crest, which is really interesting. Each model, he gets a 4-up invuln save, which is nice. But anyways, next is the Iron Master, which is the nerd. Oh, sorry, I forgot. There is an upgrade for the Grimnir. You can be a Lord Grimnir as well.
Okay.
So you get an additional psychic power, so that puts you up to 3 psychic powers.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
Yeah, that does sound like that. Yeah.
The Iron Master. So they the Brokir Iron Master. They are the nerds. They fix things, but also he's got the graviton hammer and the graviton rifle. Both of those, like anything graviton, does more damage against things with a 3+ save or better.
Ooh, okay. Oh, that's going after Marines. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Or their vehicles, right?
Yeah.
The assistant, so like he comes with a little assistant, ironkin assistant. He's got a las beam. The las beam is a beam weapon. It's a pistol beam weapon, which is fascinating. And it also comes with 3 ecogs, which are his little robot pets.
Yeah.
And each one of those has a different weapon. The model looks adorable. I am so here for this guy. So the special rules are exactly what you would expect. He can pick a vehicle to get a +1 to hit. He can repair a vehicle or exoframe unit for D3 healing. The existence of the assistant, at least 1 ECOG improves this by +1, so it'd be D3 +1. There's only 1 unit right now that has an exoframe, and that's the Brokir, whatever.
Thunderkin.
They're the heavy weapons guys. They're big. But yeah, it's exactly what you'd expect. They heal and improve vehicle shooting. Then you have a Forge Master upgrade for that guy.
Yeah.
And the Forge Master isn't just like a leader mechanic. They organize the maintenance of the entire Kindred's equipment. Like they're the ones that plan projects. They're like big project managers. I mean, efficiency is really important, right? Like they got to make sure all that stuff is on lock, right?
Yeah.
So they get to that upgrade gets you war gear stratagem use for -1 CP. And that's stuff, like anything that affects your beam weapons or whatever. And if they wound a target with grudge tokens on a 6, damage is done in mortal wounds, which is pretty great. And they have a warlord trait that lets them max out repair rolls, which is nice. Okay. Are you bored yet? Because we do have the lore for these Hearthkin warriors. Do you want to do those while I take a drink of water?
Yeah, let me go through and do that. All right, so Hearthkin warriors. Citizen soldiers who form the backbone of kin armies. These are individuals who usually have interests and professions beyond warfare, but serve in the military. This reminds me a little bit of Eldar for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it should. Yeah.
Still, the Hearthkin are not untrained conscripts. They are well drilled and well trained before they are deemed ready for combat duty. The Hearthkin also boast clone skins and augmetics, which make them suited for the role as combatants. Despite being line troops, Hearthkin are well equipped with hardened void armor. Those who excel in their roles are equipped with an array of specialist weapons and equipment to suit various foes and environments. Those who excel further are promoted to Then.
Think Thane?
Thane? Okay. Thane, whatever. An honored squad leader. Although the kin commanders do view their warriors as assets, they are not considered expendable. They have a value on the battlefield, off the battlefield, and after death. A commander who wastes the lives of their warriors is not just frowned upon, but subject to considerable consequences. So that's pretty nice. That is actually really, works with their lore of, when you die, you get put back into the mainframe,
Right. Exactly. Like we can't lose all that experience, right?
Yeah.
So the Hearthkin warriors, I put these into more detail than the others, because I think they're the most interesting, and they have a
probably when you look at the everything.
Yeah, they have a lot of stuff. Like look at the page. There's a lot to this page, and it looks really intimidating. So what I wanted to do is just break it down.
Yeah, these guys are much more customizable.
They're very customizable indeed. So I want to just break it down. Okay, it's units of 10 to 20. Each one actually just gets the bolt pistol. The autarch bolt pistol is just a bolt, strength 4 AP -1. Then everybody can either choose a bolter or an ion blaster. But all of the models have to pick either or.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think the ion blaster is 1 point more expensive if you're going with points.
Which looks cooler.
Right. Well, ion blaster clearly.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
The ion blaster is one shot, but it does more damage and is better AP.
Yeah.
The bolter is more shots with less damage and worse AP. It's that kind of decision, right?
You got it.
And apparently by the way, the kin are apparently where the Tau got their ion technology from.
Yeah.
Except that the kin didn't share. Theirs is better.
The good
they didn't
stuff.
share everything with. Yeah, they didn't give them the good stuff. Everybody gets concussion grenades. I actually didn't read the I think there's a concussion grenade stratagem.
Mm-hmm. Probably.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's not here, but I expect that to just be grenades. So the Thane actually gets a wave field crest, giving them a 4+ invuln, which is nice. So if they're the last one standing with their sword and their plasma pistol, like they're just a BA little character in and of themselves, which is cool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and they also have 2 wounds.
Oh,
I missed that.
Nice.
The character or the sergeant has 2 wounds. That's cool.
Okay.
I love that. I totally missed that when I was looking at this.
So if they're Thurian, that means they could count as 22. Okay. 20 to 40 objective secured bodies. Okay.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's... take
that's
this.
pretty great. That's pretty great. I love that. So for every 10 models, 2 of them can have 2 different special weapons.
Okay.
So you can't pick 2 of the same unless you go up to 20. It's kind of like the same thing as the Drukhari had, where they're trying to, you only make you only make the kind of unit you can build with the kit, right? So they only have 1 of each of these. So you can pick a High-Las auto rifle, L7 missile launcher, Edikarn plasma beamer, or Magna Rail rifle. Don't forget, the Magna Rail rifle is the one that shoots through the unit if you roll a 6 to wound. It only has 1 shot, so pretty cool. Like, all of these weapons are just... I'm not going to go into all of them. It's just there's a different weapon for a different kind of enemy that you would want to target, right?
Exactly.
Imagine that you can equip them to kind of go after whatever kind of target you need them to go after. This is where I think the unit's cool. All right. This is what I love about this unit is all the little equipment that you can put on them.
Yeah.
To the point where I think you would remove models with heavy weapons before you remove models that have this equipment.
Yeah, definitely.
That's what I'm loving this equipment. Jason, do you want to talk to us about these?
So we've got 3 different. All right, so 3 models that haven't replaced their weapons can add med pack. So once per turn, reduce damage of an attack to 0 damage. Is that really once per turn?
Once per turn. Yeah. So that's there's been a lot of this going on because healing has been difficult. It's kind of healing is an annoying mechanic, but this is a good way to heal without healing, right? Or feel no pain without feel no pain.
Yeah.
Imagine this instead of feel no pain, right? Like you're getting kind of the same bang for your buck, but different.
And then when you have the med pack, you have a medic keyword that opens up a 1 CP stratagem that restores D3 models to the unit. Interesting. Yeah, like battlefield surgery, I think it's called. I'm going to ask this because gamer's going to game. Can you go above the starting strength?
No.
Okay, just checking.
No, I'm just trying to avoid reading entire stratagem text.
So, Panspectral Scanner removes the benefit of light cover.
Wait, sorry, dude.
What?
The Panspect is a little like a cute little arm thing that pops up on his arm. So cute. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
It's like a little watch.
The model's so cute. Yeah, I'm loving the models. Sorry.
Okay. So it removes the benefit of light cover.
Mm-hmm.
Scanner keyword opens up a 2 CP strat that lets the Hearthkin shoot at the enemy at the end of the enemy's movement phase if they dare to move a unit within 12 inches. So that's a reaction fire.
They basically get reaction fire, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We had a conversation through Discord. Didn't I say that I see reaction stuff coming? That's a thing that I believe is coming. Okay. So I believe I believe I hear the training coming. All right. So cool, Johnny Cash. All right. So multi-wave comms array. Aura affects units at 24 inches.
Yeah. So if they have the multi-wave comms array, the calls 6-inch array or aura suddenly affects them at 24 inches instead.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's really good.
Okay. Comms keyword opens up stratagem multi-wave system jammer, which I bet that goes through and tears apart auras of other people.
I believe that is exactly what that does. I didn't put the hymnal page there, but
man, okay.
Either that or it stops. Actions. Select one comms unit until the end of the phase. The enemy unit cannot be affected by aura abilities that units in your opponent's army have. Yep.
Yeah.
Stops. Okay. So yeah, these guys with all these special little equipment and stuff suddenly become so fun, right? They can do so much cool stuff.
This is not a beginner army, though.
No, it's not. I mean, it's not as complex as others. Like, okay, I am way cooler with what's going on here than I am with Imperial Knights, for example.
Yeah.
Like, at least this is at the unit level where you're like, okay, I know what this unit can do. Where Imperial Knights, the layers of rules is just still overwhelming to me.
Yeah.
Where this is just like, this has a cool, like, a piece of equipment that does this, right?
Yeah.
But I can see what you're saying. This is not like an Orc army where you're just like, rah, or a Space Marine army where you're just like, rah.
This is someone, I mean, this is going to be someone who either has played for a while and understands how all these rules can, work into each other, or it's someone who just absolutely loves the idea of having a space dwarf army.
Mm-hmm.
That's who's going to play this.
But at the same time, that like the aura working at 24 inches, boy, that's sure helpful for somebody who always forgets to move their guys within range of auras.
You're not wrong. And I don't know if you're...
Guy.
Oh, okay. So you're going after yourself. I thought maybe you were...
Yeah, I'm not going after you. No.
Right.
That's a me problem.
Hold on. The Thane? I guess it's a Thane. Whatever. They can replace their pistol with an ion pistol or a Etakarn plasma plasma. So they're like a sergeant. Yeah.
They are, yeah.
Oh, they can replace their bolter with the concussion gauntlet. All right. So we've got a power fist. Plasma axe or plasma sword. Okay.
So funny story. There's I think it's the Iron Master's assistant is carrying an unlit force sword or plasma axe. All of the blades you see painted in that orange color are not physical, so they're like lightsabers.
Oh.
So like it shows the axe without the axe blade extended.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty sweet. Yeah, all of the plasma weapons are just like, it's like if you want to clip a plasma sword to somebody's belt, just cut the sword part off and glue it to the belt and you're good to go.
Oh man,
isn't that cool?
That's a good idea.
These guys are neat.
Yeah.
I love these guys.
That'd have been nice for force swords. Okay.
Right, yeah. Einhir Hearthguard So this is another Einherjar unit. They're kind of just like the elites, right? And this is an elite's choice. So Einherjar Hearthguard are the elite 5 model unit that kind of does similar things as the Einherjar Champion does.
Right.
They're just like, the step below in a unit form. They also have the character gets the Wave Field Crest, which gives that character a 4-up invuln, but it also increases their wounds to 3.
Okay.
So then you can do the Teleport Crest, which means this unit, they're basically like Terminators, can be teleported into battle. There was a design article about the Hearthguard, where what's his name? I think I actually put it down in the notes here. It was Jess Goodwin. Okay. Jess Goodwin talked about how he referenced a lot of the old Imperial designs when building these. So like the Hearthguard have these big shoulder pads and they have the exposed spine or whatever. And I like that, how he has all of that in mind. Now, some people say that these models look a little bit like StarCraft units. In my opinion, cool. StarCraft units look like Warhammer models. Well, everybody, science fiction is interesting. There's nothing new under the sun anymore, right?
But wasn't StarCraft originally supposed to be a Warhammer thing?
That's extremely 100% true. Yeah, and by 100% true, I mean I think it's established rumor. Everybody knows somebody who is part of the project, kind of thing,
Yeah.
But yeah, that's
I
right.
I don't know anybody who did that. Was part of that project. I just heard about it.
Yeah, no. That's exactly what I heard as well. I heard the same thing, and GW backed out of it.
Well, I think that the Nids and the Zerg are perfect, to be perfectly honest.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a little on the nose for it not to be, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, well, that's Nurglings, Zerglings, whatever. Not Nurglings, but Zerglings versus what are the
Gaunts?
Yeah, Gaunts. Yeah,
the Hearthguard function as both heavy shock troops and for holding ground. So they've got this exo armor, gives them that -1 damage. That they get in addition to all the void armor stuff. So these are going to stick around. Yeah.
So -1 damage, crazy. -1 AP. Okay.
-1 damage, -1 AP, no rerolls on wounds, no rerolls on damage.
Wow. Okay.
Plus the 2+ armor save that they have.
Yeah.
They have 2 different ranged options and 2 different close combat options, which everybody in the unit has to take. They're really getting away from mixed units of stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, they did that with Marines. Yeah.
They did. You're right. And it's all about like low attacks, high damage, high attacks, low damage type attacks, as you would expect. But the character or the sergeant can take a concussion hammer, which why would you not take a weapon called a concussion hammer?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's a concussion hammer.
Somewhere I have an old squat model that a friend of mine gave me that it's like in Terminator armor and has a hammer. And I'm wondering if that's like a precursor to this.
Could be.
I gotta find that model. I never painted it.
The big shoulder pads and everything.
Yeah, well, it was just like a block of metal. I mean, it was one of those things you could drop in the sock and just beat someone. Maybe not to death, but man, you could make their life miserable. Yeah.
Dread sock. So what was I gonna say? Anyways, these guys are awesome. Love them. They're pretty cool, and they're gonna be little bricks of can't kill it.
Yeah.
Little bricks of can't kill it. 9 power level though for 5 models. That's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, I think they're actually making you pay for this stuff, right?
Yeah.
They're making you pay for all this stuff. The cool thing is they'll stick around to do their damage, which is what you want from something that's really expensive.
Yeah.
By the way, every model also gets like a grenade launcher in addition to their hand cannon, whatever thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So it's like a D6 blast weapon that they can use to clear out like little infantry, like orcs and stuff. The next unit is the Chthonian Berserks. The way I paraphrased it here, instead of being armored with a thick candy shell, the Chthonian Berserks are heavily augmented, drugged up, and mean as hell. When they aren't breaking seams of ore, they are smashing faces. These guys remind me of Ogren. They're still dwarfs. They're still pretty clearly dwarfs. They only have a 6-up armor save.
Okay.
But they get a 5-up ignore wounds, which increases to 4-up ignore wounds versus damage 1 attacks.
Ooh.
And they have cyber stims, which they get to reroll charges, and destroyed models stick around to fight before they are removed.
Yeah.
Like, they are super augmented. The models look really cool. They're clearly augments, and they're very angry and upset about everything that's happening.
So these guys are wearing void armor also, which means, it's 5-up ignore wounds or 4-up ignore wounds, but it's also -1 AP.
That's right, -1 AP. So they're probably going to get their 6-up save.
Yeah.
Oof. And no rerolling wounds. They're toughness 5 as well, and they're in units of 5 to 10. They can pick a concussion maul or a heavy plasma axe. I like the plasma axe because it has 2 profiles. It has a strike and a sweep profile, which I think that's neat. Yeah, because you get to double your attacks with the sweep attack, which is really neat. But I think the star of the show is this mole grenade launcher you can take on the unit. Okay. It's D6 blast, but you can target units that aren't visible.
Okay.
But it also gives you the subterranean explosives keyword. So you have this tiny little mole grenade model guy that you keep on the base of the model that's holding the grenade launcher. And you can use this stratagem that gives units a penalty to hit and movement, like it halves their movement, and you take your little mole guy and you put it next to them to represent that they're debuffed with that stratagem. Adorable.
Yeah.
Pioneers, they are bikes with big guns.
I like that.
Yes.
I like that.
They're bikes with big guns, tough. They remind me of Space Marines with bigger weapons.
Okay.
Space Marine bikes with bigger weapons. That's really what they are. Actually, they're very much like the Primaris bikes.
Okay, yeah.
With this, they also have a scout move.
Oh, nice. Okay.
They also have equipment, but we don't really have to get into the panspectral scanner or the multi-wave comms array because it's the same as on the infantry or the troops. They also have a roll bar searchlight, which ignores dense cover. Which is the trees that like woods give you a -1 to hit.
Right.
Yeah. And there's a searchlight stratagem. I didn't look it up, but I'm sure it does something. It does something similar.
Yeah.
So again, it's like all the little equipment and stuff that's really very interesting because they're dwarfs. They have all this cool equipment, right?
Right. So much fun toys. So many great toys.
They do. If you're the kind of person who likes fun toys on your models, this is it. And like modeling all the fun toys on your models too.
Yeah. Yep.
The Sagitar is a transport. The interesting thing about this transport is it's kind of like a Rhino, except it only holds 5 models.
Okay.
Almost none of these units come in units of 5. So what you're allowed to do is you're allowed to take squadron of 2 Sagittar, and if you can actually split units of 10 into units of 5 and put them in the transport.
Wow. Okay. GW hasn't done this before, has they?
No, I haven't seen anything like that. Like in the past, I think there might have been a squadron unit, but you had to like get them out at the same time or something.
Yeah.
In this case, they're just split for the rest of the game.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. And the Sagittar unit splits when they hit the table, so they have to deploy near each other, but after that they move independently.
Got it. Okay.
So yeah, it can't transport exo armor or exo frame, just regular infantry, but I think it's really an interesting play to like see if they can like see what you can do with those split squads. The Thunderkin are they're also part of the Brokir segment,
right?
Like the nerds. They come in units of 3 to 6, and they're just really big, heavy weapon carrying power suits.
Yeah.
They are big, inexorable. They've got the 3 wounds. They can be repaired by the Brokir Iron guy.
Right.
They do have a 3-up save. They don't have a 2-up save. They're not meant to be in combat. They're meant to shoot.
Oh, okay. So shooty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They all have to take the same weapon. So either the bolt cannon, the graviton blast cannon, or the conversion beamer.
Yeah.
All different ranges, different. You know, it's all dependent on what kind of enemy you want to attack with them.
So they're wearing these exo frames.
Yeah,
so
exo frame.
Kind of like Aliens.
Ripley's.
Ripley's.
Suit.
Yeah. Okay, that's kind of cool. That could be a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like the graviton blast cannon is interesting. It's Hunter D6, so it's D6 shots each. Strength 5, AP -3, graviton blast, damage 2, but it's a blast weapon, and if it's against a save characteristic of 3, the damage goes up to 3.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. I think the only one that's not very interesting is the bolt cannon.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But it's 36 inches, Hunter 3,
Ooh.
Strength 6, AP -2, damage 2.
That can drop some pain.
It can, but I mean, come on. Conversion Beamer has beam weapon, so that's fun.
Yeah.
I mean,
everyone wants the beam weapon.
Everybody wants the beam. It only shoots one shot, but who cares?
Yeah.
7 -2, 3 damage, and anything. It's just like the old Conversion Beamer. If you're more than 15 inches away, it scores an additional hit.
Oh, okay. So it
does better at range. Yeah, just like the old Conversion Beamer. I love that.
Yeah, I remember that.
One last thing, they have Omni visors, which looks cool on the model. They have like these little goggles. No, the trigles, 3. Anyways, they ignore dense cover, so no penalties to hit for them.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
The last unit to talk about is the Hecaton Land Fortress. Big, giant, monstrosity truck of doom. It can take a Mater autocannon, which for some reason, like all I can think of is Mater from the Cars movie. But yeah, it gets 1 primary weapon, the Mater autocannon, and 4 secondary guns. It can carry 12 infantry. This one actually can carry exo armor and exo frame, so that's good. But just for, they take up 2 spots and 3 spots respectively. I don't know. This thing is just huge, and I love it. But there's not much to it to discuss. It's a giant land fortress. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it's bristling with weapons. It's exactly what you would think it is. It does come with a pan spectral scanner though.
Yeah.
So it ignores light cover.
Interesting.
And it gets that scanner keyword. So that's something to think about. They all get this, no matter what unit it is. It has some kind of advanced technology that it can utilize to do stuff with. But like you said, you have to be thinking about that.
Right.
It's not. I don't want to say the army is not for people who are not experienced. I would say in order to do well with it, you have to have your head on your shoulders, right?
Yeah.
To remember all that.
Yeah. But I think for, a more experienced player or someone who just really, really, really wants to play Space Dwarfs and, this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could see someone saying, I would learn the rules just so I could play this.
Fun story. Like, it seems a lot of these special things are removing rules.
Yeah.
Like removing light cover, removing dense. So in essence, you can be like, oh, I forgot that rule. Don't worry about it. I ignore it anyways.
So what you're saying is that, you're just cutting down. This army cuts down on the rules. Got it.
It does. It's very good.
Yeah. It's not too bad. It's not too bad.
Okay. So the one thing I want to talk about before we move on, take a break and move on. The units that are available in this book, the units that they put together, it does seem like a starter, like kind of like there isn't a whole lot here numbers wise,
right?
Which for a new codex that'd be expected. And honestly, all the units almost kind of correspond perfectly with the first release of the Caradron Overlords book for Age of Sigmar.
Oh.
Big transport.
Yeah.
Medium transport.
Yeah.
Troops. Elite shock troops. Nerd fix-it guy. Nerd space guy. Commander guy. And the only thing is this book has bikes instead of little spaceship guy. So bikes instead of little spaceship guy.
So I guess the next
heavy weapon
question.
guy, heavy weapon unit. They had one of those in there too.
So I guess the question could be, could these models from that other release actually work for here? Are they kind of like analogs? So if you have those,
I think if you have them unbuilt, you're good.
Yeah,
because then you could start mixing and matching, and that would be fun.
Okay,
but I think I would want the weapons. However, I do think you could take a Caradron troops choice and give it the guns from the Hearthkin Warriors.
Got it.
And I think it might work. I have to look at the models. So like the models are arranged on the sprue pretty well. And I am not sure, but I think maybe left arms are unique to the 2-gun options. But still, it would be worth checking out.
Yeah. That would be kind of interesting.
If anything, for the heads, right? Like the helmeted heads on those Caradron with the metal beards and stuff. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
So let's take another quick break, and we're going to come back and talk about Leagues of Votann on Crusade. Damn, I knew it was around here somewhere. Damn, where is it?
Can I help you?
Ah! Scared me.
What do you seek?
I need the perfect scenario for a narrative game I'm running this week, and I can't find one.
Sir, this is the Black Library. We don't have narrative scenarios.
Well,
Well, then where should I go?
Might I recommend the Tabletop Campaign Repo?
The Tabletop Campaign Repo? What's that?
The Tabletop Campaign Repo is an ad-free site for hosting resources related to playing tabletop miniatures wargaming.
Oh, like scenarios?
Absolutely. Also, event packs, custom objectives, tracking sheets, custom terrain rules, maps, icon packs, award templates, and more.
Oh, and this is for Warhammer 40k?
Among other things. There's also Age of Sigmar, Kill Team, Warhammer Fantasy Battle, and others. They're always open for content submissions for any system, even non-Games Workshop materials.
Oh, that's awesome. It sounds like a great way to save all of this great content the community makes. A lot of that stuff often ends up disappearing into a dead message board or Facebook group.
Exactly. It's a real community effort.
Great. So, how do I get there?
Just go to that webway gate marked tcrepo.com.
tcrepo.com. Got it. Can I ask you one more question before I go?
Fire away.
This place is really easy to find. How come Armand can never find it?
Oh, because it's more funny that way.
Oh, yeah, clearly.
Once again, the Tabletop Campaign repository can be found at tcrepo.com, and they're always looking for submissions.
Welcome back. I'm eating a sandwich.
And I'm eating a Kinder Bar.
Awesome. Leagues of Votann on Crusade.
On Crusade!
On Crusade!
On Croissant.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know, that doesn't work. All right.
Jason.
Yeah.
There are 2 new mechanics.
Mm-hmm. I see one of them is grudges.
Yeah, do you want to talk about that one?
What a shock. You mean these guys hold a grudge? I completely blows my mind.
They you know what? Water just rolls off their back.
Yeah. Just like off of a duck. Or a witch. Okay. So that's right. There's a Monty Python reference. First one of the night, I think. Okay. Whenever a Votann unit fails an out-of-action test, the player can mark down on their Crusade card that they have a grudge against the army faction that caused the test. Of course they did. If you play against an army with that faction again, you roll a dice for each of your units that is harboring a grudge. For every 1 you roll, reduce your CP total by 1. For every 6 you roll, place a grudge token next to the enemy unit of your choice.
Yeah.
Okay. That mechanic's, well, yeah, okay. Grudge tokens act like judgment tokens, but only work for units with grudges to settle. In addition, 1 to 2 grudge tokens allow you to reroll 1s to hit, and 3 grudge tokens allow you to reroll any hits. If you've had 3 out-of-action tests on a unit, though...
No, it's for your whole army. So if you have 10 units and they all died in the last game against orcs and you play against orcs again, you get to roll 10 dice.
Okay. All right, that makes more sense. So units with grudges can't start actions within 6 inches of and can't fall back from an enemy unit that they have grudges against. Interesting. Okay. If a unit with a grudge at the end of the battle has 3 or more units destroyed tally and they weren't killed themselves, the grudge is settled and the grudge is removed from their Crusade card. But why? Why?
Yeah, I think this will take quite some time to get rid of grudges. And, you know, it does something bad to you on a 1. It does something good for you on a 6.
Yeah.
I think this is them trying to come up with a fun mechanic that's neutral.
Yeah.
And not like too unbalanced towards the Votann. So it's kind of like, it kind of cancels itself out. So I think that's fine. I think this is totally fine. This is good.
Yeah.
The acquisitions, I'm going to try to find something else to chew over here for Tucker. I'm all out of sandwich.
It's okay. I can chew on these Kinder Bars.
Oh yeah, excellent. So the next mechanic is more meaty. There's more to it. Like the grudge thing is kind of just for fun. And honestly, you have to keep track of units destroyed and grudges. Like, oh man.
Yeah.
But the kindred acquisitions. So throughout your crusade, you keep track of 4 resource types: raw materials, biomatter, energy sources, and galactic intel. At the end of every battle, roll randomly to determine which resource you gained. How much you gain is dependent on the size of the battle. A special sheet is provided for photocopying. That's very helpful.
That is nice. Yeah.
Yeah. So, for example, if we played a game... Oh, man. I don't have any dice in this room anymore. I'm recording downstairs so that I wouldn't make up Quinn with our 4-hour-long recording.
Yeah. Where are my dice?
I don't have any dice. Man, that's a bummer. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to roll it in Discord and just say whatever. That's fine.
Do it.
I won't even tell them what I'm rolling for. I'm just going to roll in general.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Roll.
That'll be fun. There'll be people wondering.
Roll 6. What the hell? Roll. Oh, /roll. Roll d6. Okay. 4. So I got galactic intel. If we were playing an incursion game, it would be d6 times 10. Roll d6. 6. So I would get 60 galactic intel. Now, after that, after you get your resources, you have a chance of getting a what is it called? I'm on the chat. You also have a chance of getting a rare resource. Oh. So let's assume that I rolled a rare resource, right?
Okay.
I rolled a 6. You roll on the type of resource again. So roll d6. 5.
Mm-hmm.
So I would get a resource of my choice. So let's choose. I would choose biomatter because sure, why not? Just to demonstrate, it can be different from the one you got from the actual resources you got. Right. So you spend resources on kindred assets. You can have one of each asset.
Mm-hmm.
Each asset can be upgraded to a better version of itself. If you have 4 or more kindred assets and you lose the game anyways, you roll a d6 and on a 1, randomly choose an asset to be deactivated. It's kind of dried up.
Lose stuff. Okay.
Yeah, that resource has been dried up and you have to pay half the cost of the asset to reactivate it.
Okay.
Okay. So we both picked one kindred one kindred asset to talk about, just to give you guys an idea of what assets look like. And I'm actually I kind of like these a lot. Established trade routes is the one I picked. So in order to get this benefit, you have to pay 50 raw materials, 50 biomatter, and 100 galactic intel. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention, the rare resources, you can always turn those in for 50 resources of that type.
Oh, okay.
But you need the rare resources to upgrade your assets. So establish trade routes. Once you do that, the Crusade effect is each time you exchange a rare resource, you can either do so for 70 units of that resource type or 30 units of a different type of resource. So you're bartering for, so like if I had a rare raw material resource, I could barter that for 30 units of biomatter instead of 70 units of rare raw materials.
Oh, okay.
That's a really neat little, like the trade route lets you kind of transform your resources into different things.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, I could upgrade that later. You can't upgrade it at the same time as you gain it, though. I can upgrade it later with 100 raw materials and 1 rare galactic intel. So you can imagine like that represents you flying around space, gathering information about better trade routes.
Right.
The upgraded Crusade effect is after each battle, when you are determining how many resources are gained by your Crusade force, you can reroll the dice. So if you got something you don't want, you can just reroll and see if you get something you do want.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I chose on or mercenary contracts. So the Crusade effect that it has is the fresh recruits requisition costs 0 requisition points to use.
Ooh.
Yeah. The numbers are like you need 50 raw material, 50 biomatter, 50 galactic intel, which that seems like a lot.
It does, but I think you're getting something pretty sweet for it. So what do you do when you... wow, that's expensive to upgrade, too.
Right. Raw minerals goes up by 50 again, galactic intel by 50, which is quite a bit, and rare biomatter by 1. The upgrade Crusade effect for it is, after each battle, you can choose to remove 1 rare raw minerals from your Kindred Acquisitions record sheet. And if you do so, select 1 Votann unit from your order of battle. That unit gains 1 battle trait battle honor. You can only give each unit in your order of battle 1 battle trait in this manner. So
you have to make note of that in your sheet. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's... I mean, if you can go through and pull all that materials and whatnot, that's pretty sweet, especially if you might be chugging through units, you know?
Right, yeah, like transforming these raw materials into upgrades. Yeah. That's pretty... It looks like there's one for Grimnir as well, giving them psychic fortitudes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is a neat... I like this system. I think I like the Tau one of Conquering Worlds even better.
Yeah.
But this one's pretty sweet. This one makes sense, and it's not too complicated.
Yeah.
You're gathering resources and then spending them. It's not a lot of like weird I don't know. Some of these Crusade sections have been a little weird.
Yeah.
A little tough to keep track of, but I think you're just keeping track of these 4 resources and you're spending them to get a benefit.
Yeah.
It seems pretty straightforward.
I think in the past we've seen some that were way complicated. But when you think about the people who want to play some of these armies, which we talked about before, like Thousand Suns, all I care about is my main sorcerer. Mm-hmm. Everyone else I don't care about. And those rules are very much geared towards that. In here, this is geared towards the... Man, I hate going back to Dwarves in Space, but I mean, it's very much, you know, gold,
interstellar
gold.
commerce.
Yeah.
And that's cool. I like that. And, you know, with the Imperium, it's tough to do that except for maybe rogue traders, right?
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
It's more of a totalitarian war state, and you don't really get that in 40K right now.
Right.
And that's kind of what maybe the Votann are adding to the lore and to the tapestry of Warhammer is that commerce, I guess, capitalist side of science fiction that you don't really get with the Imperium very much.
Right.
More of like an Aliens style universe where corporations are a key part of everything. Yeah. I'm kind of down with that personally, adding to that tapestry.
Yeah.
So one other thing, you know, I'm not going to lie, I kind of hate the grudges, the way it works.
Yeah.
I like the idea of grudges, but I hate it when we're talking about complicated rule sets. I think it's a whole lot of complication for not getting a lot out of it. I think it could have been easy just to do, okay, you have a grudge, instead of just all these, you know, like keeping track of grudges for each unit, just say, oh, did you lose a game against orcs? You now have a grudge against orcs.
Yeah. I think that probably would be a little bit easier to...
and then some kind of mechanic based on your grudge against orcs in the next game against orcs, army-wide, not just like keeping track of all this crap.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
Okay. So you want to start going through our picks, buddy?
Yeah. So we've got our agendas that we have picked. I've pulled mine up.
Agendas. Yes, agendas. Yeah. I picked no effort wasted because I thought that really I thought that was a good representative of the Votann. You get XP for killing units that had judgment tokens on them.
Okay.
But it's reduced if units with judgment tokens are left alive at the end of the battle.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yeah. How cool. I like that, actually. I think that's fun.
Yeah. I chose to settle a grudge.
I mean, yes. Yes.
So if you've selected this agenda, keep a grudge settler tally for each Votann unit from your army that is harboring a grudge against your opponent's Crusade faction. Add 1 to a unit's tally each time it destroys a unit, and an additional 1 to its tally each time it destroys an enemy unit with a melee attack. So not only is it destroying it, but it's getting in there personally. At the end of the battle...
You made it personal by beating me. How dare you?
Yeah. So at the end of the battle, each unit gains a number of experience points equal to its grudge settler tally to a max of 3 per unit. If a unit settles its grudge during this battle, it gains bonus 3 experience points.
Nice.
Which is pretty wild.
That's excellent. Yeah.
You could do some good stuff with that.
Yeah. Okay. And there's a psychic one for prospecting psychically, which is pretty good. Anyways, requisitions. I picked rare acquisition.
Yeah.
This one, you roll a dice, add 3 if you won the battle, add an additional 1 if there were any scanner units in the army at the end of the battle.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was really cool that the war gear is helping add bonuses to this requisition.
Yeah.
On a 4+, you get 1 random rare resource. On a 10, you gain 2 random rare resources. Okay. So that is pretty neat.
So I picked one that I think you might find very fascinating for requisition. Imperial Mercenaries.
Yes.
So the kin view the act of accepting mercenary contracts with the Imperium as a practical means by which to gather wealth and intelligence. So you're going to purchase this requisition at the start of any battle if your Crusade army contains both 1 Votann combat patrol detachment and 1 or more of the following units. Inquisitor character, Astra Cartographica character, or Astra Militarum character. Until the end of the battle, all Votann units in your Crusade army gain the Agent of the Imperium keyword.
Oh.
That is your army.
Wow.
Right there.
Jason, I completely missed this when I was going over this. This is just perfect.
Yeah. This is actually really good. This is something that I am very happy they put together. I think that is perfecto. Perfecto. There we go.
Oh, man, that's so good. I mean, so what if you spend 1 RP per game where you mix them up? At least, like, you can do it. You can do it without actually breaking the rules. How cool is that?
Yeah. I personally would... I don't think that should cost, but whatever.
It's fine. Well, you can do it. Well, you kind of can't. I don't know. We'll talk later.
Yeah.
So battle traits. Oh no, wait. Yeah, battle traits.
Yep.
We just picked 1. There's 3 tables. 1 for Iron Masters. 1 for Brohir. 1 for Hearthguard. 1 for Votann. Or sorry, 1 for all Votann units. Oh wait, there's a third one. 1 for Hernkin Pioneers as well. Just because they're all kind of little. Each one of those is a little bit different. I picked the Master Salvager because I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah.
This Brohir will not rest until the kin host vehicles are restored to full operation. So if that if that Broke Here Iron Master has this trait, then at the end of the battle, I ignore one failed out of action test taken for a vehicle unit. The test is treated as having been passed.
Yeah.
I think that's fun.
Okay. I picked up Ancestral Exo Armor just because I thought it was kind of a cool name.
Yeah.
Suits of armor worn by these warriors have been reverently maintained and upgraded for eons. So each time a model in this unit would lose a wound as the result of a mortal wound, roll 1d6. On a 5-up, that wound is not lost. Yeah. That's for the Hearthguard units.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's not too bad.
That's nice. Dude, yeah, here it is. The Nolan clone skin. This isn't even an upgrade for a character. This is any unit. And they get Deny the Witch.
Oh. Yeah.
That's pretty sweet.
That is pretty sweet.
I like that. Okay. So
yeah, it is. Yeah.
There's some cool battle traits in there, guys. Have a look. Read through them. They all seemed pretty thematic for each group. And then you have your kind of more generic ones. Like they get to fall back and shoot. Like good for them. Crusade relics.
Mm-hmm.
There are tons. Well, not tons. There's compared to some of the other ones. There's more than average.
Yeah.
So I picked the Recyc Converter. I always pick these, right, Jason? Where they think about other parts of the game when they create an item, not just for daily use, but to enhance your greater game. So this module extracts minerals and biomatter from the energy streams of its host weapon, storing them in a quantum field until they are required by the kin.
Oh, nice.
So you give this to a Vulcanite Disintegrator, Ion Blaster, or Graviton Rifle, or a relic that replaces such a weapon. Every time you destroy an enemy model with an attack made by a Disintegrator, an Ion Blaster, or Ion Rifle, I don't know why they had to say that. At the end of the battle, you gain 20 raw materials if the model was a vehicle, 20 biomatter if the model was a monster, 10 biomatter if the model was a vehicle and not a monster, was not a vehicle or a monster, or 20 energy sources if the model was equipped with a relic in addition to the above.
Oh wow!
So if it's a Tyranid character,
right?
It would be a 20 biomatter and 20 energy if it had a relic. You cannot gain more than 60 resources per battle.
Yeah.
This way. If you would gain more than this from this relic, select what type of resource collected you wish to add. Okay, it just lets you pick and choose which to keep and which needs to be discarded.
Got it. Oh, so
that makes me happy. It turns a weapon into a way of collecting more materials.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Wow, the thing I chose is so boring then.
That is totally fine. Hey, you've chosen 2 pieces of armor so far. Why not make it a third?
So I picked up Karim's Warplate.
Mm-hmm.
Add to the bear's wound characteristic.
Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, that would if we put that on the Einhir champion.
Oh man, you wouldn't be able to get rid of him.
With the crest, it would be 8 wounds.
Whoa!
He would never disappear.
He's
just he's just there forever. It's fine.
It's okay. I'm just gonna drop mortal wounds on him. Here, take smite. I smite at thee.
Check out this one. It's the Captive Abyss. It is said this emitter contains a captive black hole.
Whoa.
Lent vengeful sentience by the ancestors. When hurled into the midst of hated foes, it triggers a microsecond burst of its ravening hunger and wreaks horrible carnage before falling quiescent again. It's a grenade 1, strength star, AP star, damage star. What does that mean?
The abilities are amazing.
The bearer can only shoot with this weapon once per battle. If the target is hit by this weapon, it suffers D3 mortal wounds for each judgment token it has.
Yeah.
And the attack sequence ends after resolving these mortal wounds. Remove 1 judgment token from the target unit. It's almost like, okay, yes, that was kind of rude. Sorry.
Wow.
Like you're almost apologizing. Or the captive abyss is eating the grudge you've. You know what I'm saying? Like it's eating your anger towards them or something.
Your anger just feeds me.
yeah, right.
Your hatred feeds me.
What a great relic!
Wow.
I love that. All right, these guys rule.
Yeah.
All right, so again,
very flavorful.
What do you think about that Crusade section? I think other than the grudges, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fun in this, you know, and I keep coming back to this, that with all these codexes, you know, they're kind of written towards the people who would play those armies, you know?
Yeah.
And I think
absolutely
someone who's wanting to play, you know, I keep wanting to call them space dwarves, the LOV, you know, they're going to be interested in doing that. So yeah, I think this works.
Let's chat a little bit about the models, and we'll close out the show.
Oh,
so
okay.
I have a quote from Jess Goodwin from that article from before.
Yeah.
And he said, "We tried to make the suits and vehicles reflect the idea of exploring and exploiting hostile environments. Victorian mariners, Antarctic explorers, deep sea surveyors, moon landings, space exploration, and so on. Obviously, the hostile environments to be found out there in the galaxy are rather more hostile than here on Earth, etc." So there is a common thread of design here.
Yeah.
That I think they've done a good job of carrying it from model to model. I can believe that the Hearthkin warriors are will jump out of the transports because the design language is very similar.
Yeah.
And the aesthetic is there. And I don't know. What else did he say? Though, yeah, the Hearthkin helmets also took a bit of refining, as we wanted a visor element, but had to fit several layers in for that. And with only so much room on the model, we then had to fit a head inside. Right. So that's why they have those bubble helmets. And of course, you know, real astronauts have bubble helmets. So I don't know. In my opinion, there are no. Sure, some video games have characters with bubble helmets, but
yeah.
Also, it's been around since the 30s. So
it's been around forever. Yeah.
Don't at me.
That's been. Was that in Metropolis? So like, what was that 1918?
So yeah.
Don't
give me crap. So yeah, it's and I think people assumed like, you know, diving helmets.
Yeah.
Space. You know, spacesuits would have a similar look. You know, and these guys definitely look like explorers. Like their light tank is this 6-wheeled dune buggy, right? Like that's so cool.
So okay. I'm looking at the Leagues of Votann, the Sunday preview that was popped up last week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so I'm looking at their bikes, which those bikes are super cool. But the bikes the design aesthetic reminds me of the Heavy Metal movie.
Oh yeah.
There's one of the scenes is taking place in, you know, Neo New York or New York of whatever.
Neo York?
Yeah. And the design aesthetic reminds me of the drawing style of that.
Oh yeah.
That segment. Plus there's one other segment that the drawing style reminds me a little bit of, or the design. Which, I mean, there's nothing new under the sun, and I'm sure that, you know.
Right.
But it does remind me a lot of that, and considering how much I love that stupid movie, I'm good, you know. I I don't want to buy another army. I really don't.
Yeah, cyber dwarf punk.
Yeah.
Like high fantasy science fiction.
Yeah.
Like nothing has to make sense.
Yeah.
It kind of doesn't, but it does. So, but I think that's 40K, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of what 40K has always kind of been. It's like, well, that's ridiculous, but I can see it.
Well, I mean,
I can kind of see that.
It should be ridiculous. If it's not ridiculous, I don't want to know anything about it.
Very true. So, yes, thank you to Games Workshop for sending us the army set.
Yes.
I've built some of the models. Again, we were too busy with the show notes here to actually get anything painted. But that's fine. I'm sure they don't mind that. I will say the Hearthkin Warriors, the sprues are laid out way, 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 way better than some of the recent models. All the arms are next to the torso that they're supposed to go on.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, actually, most of the torsos are fine. It's like, but like the left arm is next to the right arm it needs to go with, and the gun is next to the arm the gun needs to go on.
Right.
That's really the big important thing. All the pieces are grouped together correctly instead of being spread all over the damn sprue.
Yeah.
So that was really nice to see in there. But yeah, it does look like the arms are torso agnostic, and I would not be surprised if the arms fit on Caradron Overlord Bobbies, actually.
I wouldn't be surprised either. I really wouldn't.
Which might be good for my Rogue Trader army, just to kind of mix things up.
Exactly.
So I might give it a shot. I have a couple of guys where I can pop the arms off and do a dry fit.
Yeah.
The starter army comes with about 600 points worth, or 31 or 28 power level, depending on whether you use the named character.
Mm-hmm.
If you're doing Crusade, you're probably just doing 28.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So you'd only have to add. Yeah, if you bought 2 of these army sets, you are set for a full Crusade force. Because it would give you 20 warriors. Or no, that would give you 40 warriors because it comes with 20.
Ooh, okay.
2 sets would give you 2 units of 20 warriors, or like maybe 2 10s and a 20 might be good for a Crusade force.
I kind of love that Grimnir model. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. If I get another box, I'll give you a Grimnir model.
He's so cool.
It comes with a 9-Here champion, which, again, such an awesome character. And it comes with 3 pioneers. So if you got 2, you could have 6 pioneers, which would be nice.
Yeah.
And then maybe add a transport. You're good to go for half an army.
That's really good. That's really good. So I'm looking at all the pictures that I hadn't. Some I'd seen, some of them I hadn't. So
yeah, 2 of these boxes is about 1,200 points minus like an extra call. So like you probably want to add some of the heavy weapon guys.
Yeah,
those guys are cool, and some transports actually.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Sagittar. I love that. It's so cool.
So cool.
Yeah, I mean, you could see that. There's been a lot of influences from other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, there's nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna try not to paint this army in 1 year, like I did. I mean, I always say that, right? But I definitely want to also add some of these transports and whatnot to this army. Yeah. So we'll see how it goes. All right, let's go ahead and take a quick break and then come back and close out the show.
Hey Archons, does 9th edition have you feeling like the Slith Party Bus just doesn't have enough party for you? Well, if you want to put a little shock back into your shock brow, you need the Slith Party On! That's right, Archons. For 736 points, you can take 3 Archons, 12 Slith, and a Tantalus. It's the Slith Party On! Now I know what you're thinking. Couldn't I take Drazar, 15 Incubi, and a Tantalus, aka the Incubi Murder Boat, for 51 less points? Sure you could, but it wouldn't be the Slith Party On! But is it legal? Oh yeah! Is it awesome? Oh yeah! Is it any good on the table? No! It's the all-new Slith Party On. Sort of awesome. Party On! Really hilarious. Party On! It's the Slith Party On!
Oh, we've reached level 6. Welcome back. Next episode, we're gonna... I didn't finish up my Incursion in Lucky Space Crusade list because we were too busy doing all of this.
Yeah. This is a long episode. I'm tagging 4 hours and 13 minutes for Raw.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, it'll probably be a 3 hour and plus. Yeah. Because there was a lot of... let's just say we did some takes. Anyways. So yeah, next time we'll talk about my Crusade list. Mm-hmm. And then we're going to play a game.
Yeah.
We're definitely going to play a game.
Yes, definitely.
We have to play a game.
Yeah, I've got to get a game in. This is
This is why we do it though, right? Like, cuz it gets so busy and it gets so hard to play games.
Yeah.
The fact that we at least play one game a month, that feels good. Yes. One Crusade game a month, that at least feels like we're contributing. Yeah. You know, it's nice. Okay, dude. Well, until then.
Play the game the way you want to.
We'd love it if you could give us a positive rating and review on iTunes.
If you'd like to keep in contact with us, you can follow us on Facebook or Twitter by searching for Masters of the Forge.
And you can follow our hobby progress on Instagram with the hashtag Masters of the Forge.
If you'd like to engage with us directly, you can always join our Discord server.
To do so, or if you have any questions, topic suggestions, or if you'd like to advertise your creative hobby endeavor,
contact us at mastersoftheforge@gmail.com.
Please consider supporting us on Patreon at patreon.com/mastersoftheforge. Thanks.
The music used in this podcast was made by Podod of the duo Sublevel 3. The track is used with his permission. This podcast is protected by the Creative Commons Attribution, No Derivatives, Non-Commercial International License. More information about this license and contact information if you have any requests can be found at our blog, mastersoftheforge.com.
It's such a good feeling to play games your way. It's such a happy feeling 40K'ing away. And when you throw dice with story in mind, it's such a wonderful way to unwind. It's a good feeling, a very good feeling, the feeling you know that we'll be back when the fortnight's new, and we'll have new ideas for you, and you'll have things you'll want to talk about. We will too.